Well, well, well. Grim led us out of the dungeon and into the woods we go.
Yes.
Look out, Grandma. We're coming around the mountain. And we're going to tell some tales so spooky it'll turn your skin white as your hair, if you had any left. Why'd you shave your head, Grandma? Where'd it go? Why'd you do that?
That's an image.
It was an
You're
image.
taking this Mr. Clean cosplay too seriously. Welcome to Grim's Dungeon. I'm Matthew Robinson, your warden.
Totally got the trend.
Got on this trend. First it was a mohawk, now it's bald.
Oof.
I'm your warden, not
So many wrinkles.
your game master tonight.
No.
And that's not a reference to our dungeon captive
Status.
metaverse that we have going on here.
Status.
I am not the warden of the dungeon. I'm the warden, which is the game master for Cairn, the tabletop game we're playing tonight for our...
I thought we were playing Cairn, where we talk to managers. Oh.
Well, speaking of, we do have a rich old dandy manager here with us tonight. You might see a new face. Of course, the amazing old faces of Morgan and Brandon. But then there's this fresh, even more amazing face of Kelby, our special guest tonight.
Hey.
Shine just
Shine. We haven't set up the lights because normally,
It's dark.
we've got Grim here and he can do all sorts of light shows and stuff. But if you can imagine, lots of spotlights beaming down on him. But Kelby's here from another streaming and gaming online community called Player Hater Gaming. Go check them out. They've got Twitch. They've got YouTube. What do you do over there?
So I a little bit of everything. I'm a podcast.
Keep it short.
Podcast. All the things that they don't want to do, I do.
Hey, that's my job.
Morgan, we might have a replacement for you
Oh,
tonight.
shit. Kelby, you're done for.
Well, how are we coming
Saul.
in, folks? I'm a little dark, but it's okay.
It's just like you see the lightning meeting.
We all ran out of time to do real costumes, but we all gave it the good old college try, which is you show up at the last minute with half-assed work.
I'm dressed as someone who's washed up.
We've got Rambo.
If anybody wants to let us know if you can hear us and if you can see us, that would be swell. Because once again, I don't normally sit back here, and I don't know how any of this works. Even though he's told me several times, and he being Grim, Big Daddy Grim,
Big
Chandler,
Esquire.
the producer, and
Esquire.
typical GM of the show. Yeah. So exciting to have a
Wish we
first
got
guest.
you the book streaming for dummies.
So, before we get into the game, just real quick, again, keep your answers short because we are on a tight schedule.
Mm-hmm.
How into Halloween and the spooky October season are you?
I haven't watched any Halloween movies yet, but
Oh,
right.
I need to.
Moving
to.
on.
you're lacking.
Not at all.
Not at all. Great.
Retail has burned all want and need of any holidays out of me.
Yikes.
If you were not chained to that chair, probably wouldn't be here. But we could say that for all of us, right? That was a reference to the Dungeon Captive Metaverse.
Fifth wall break.
Do you like Halloween, Kelby?
My
You're the only
enthusiasm-
person I actually care about.
Tesseract break.
My enthusiasm is middling at best.
Middling.
Well, I personally don't have a preference for the spooky October season, but I do like the dark. I do like the macabre. I like gritty stories. And I feel like we might be telling one tonight. So just a couple Grimm's Dungeon updates for all of you not keeping track as much as we are. We just passed 900 subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah,
Which is
buddy.
amazing.
Nice.
We are barreling down on 1K subscribers on YouTube.
That's
And a
incredible.
lot of that is thanks to the work that our stalwart editor puts into the shorts.
I do my best. Even if I
Thank you
am
for the
late.
shorts.
Wonderful
They're always
job.
incredible.
Even if I am late occasionally.
Eventually, years from now, people's attention spans may lengthen again. And they'll watch the rest of our videos.
Hey, maybe. Just maybe.
Maybe.
No, but we've got some great stuff. Our 2 regular campaigns are on there. Tonight, we are doing another community poll one-shot. So what we do is we put up a poll with some questions. People submit answers to that. And then we take those answers and we put it into a story. A sort of spiritual mixture from the spirits. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to go ahead and pull up
Spirit cocktail.
this poll.
No.
Still quiet on all counts. Great. And we're going to do something I might call improvisation.
Oh my goodness.
What?
How dare.
Pourquoi?
It's not a real word.
You're not a real word. Whoa.
I know.
We're going to roll on
Fake
3 tables.
What?
D10 tables. And whatever is rolled, that number on the Excel spreadsheet is what I'm going with as a submission from our loyal and giving community. Thank you guys so much for filling out the poll. It's really appreciated.
Thank you.
And now 3 of you, or less, depending if we roll the same person multiple times.
Yep.
We might do a reroll if we do that. At least 1, up to 3 people will have your writing built into our story tonight. So let's go ahead and start with player number 1. Or person number 1, submitter number 1, whatever. Morgan, do you want to give me a D10 roll?
D10. We have a 1.
A 1.
I'm
Thank
going,
you, Sid. Of course, you were the first
yep.
to fill out the form. That makes complete sense.
I'm going new school with my lovely little dice roller.
Nice.
Brandon, if you may. It's a great roll.
Also, a 1.
Are you kidding?
I'm sorry, Sid. We're going to well, actually, no.
Huh?
Let me see.
Oh, yeah. Maybe.
We'll do a reroll.
Ah.
There's also a 1.
5.
There we go.
See,
Sid,
this is
it
sneakily
really
just how
wanted.
I help them get all their bad rolls out before we start playing.
No, what is what we
Except
want?
that we are playing the Cairn TTRPG where low rolls are better.
Well, technically that's a
So-
damage dice, so we
Oh.
do want it to be higher. 5.
5.
Good talk.
Are there any weapons that are D10s?
Yes.
Oh,
Maces.
no, I have a mace, and it's a D8. Anyway.
Okay.
No, mace. No,
Thank
Warhammer,
you,
Warhammer.
AJ.
Hey.
Are you sure
I've not heard that name before,
Barely.
so whether
I am
you're a
from
new
Lisbon.
listener or a friend or a fan or what have you, thank you for submitting
Good old country boy.
your grim obstacle.
Dankeschön. I went both German and I bowed. I don't know what that was.
Is that the next, last Samurai Part 2?
Okay, can we have our
Six
last
samurai.
D10 roll?
7 samurai?
That's a 7.
That's a
A
D12.
7.
What?
Can we have
That is a
D12?
D12.
That is a
my friend.
D12.
D10 roll?
Come on.
I don't have a.
Do you not? Where's your D10s, man?
Roll
Come on.
this.
Roll this. That's a 3.
A 3.
It was almost a
All
7
right,
again.
we got 3 distinct numbers.
You're right. Off to a great start.
So,
start.
you sure you play D&D or any?
Just barely. Just barely.
Believe the term is allegedly.
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 Thank
That's what I
you.
appreciate about you.
And we'll recognize this
Oh,
person. Thank you, Miss Midwolf.
Really, Dan.
Hey! We know that person.
They're in here a bunch. And in yours, I'm sure.
Yep.
You guys ready to get started?
Let's go.
Maybe. What?
So, I'm not going to bog everybody down with a description of the Cairn TTRPG because this is the rules. That's it. That little sheet, that's it. It's a rules light, dark adventure game with a focus on player creativity. I know, weird cast for that. But player creativity and exploration in a deadly, unforgiving world. And for the core mechanic people, it's a 1d20 roll low system. Shall we begin?
Let's begin.
I say so.
Suspense.
It's always suspenseful. Well, our warden. Oh,
Ooh.
whoa. There are like 3 changes there.
Fancy.
Brandon.
See.
3 months ago, your party began to trudge down the road. Everyone shared a goal to reach the town. Why each of you is making this dangerous pilgrimage is known only to you. You should have made it to this town well before the Hallow. A day that brings unimaginable things to the surface. But alas, your travels have not been quiet. Beginning as 12 people strong, only 6 of you remain, waylaid by dangers at every turn. It is deep into the afternoon of the Hallows Eve. Shadows are beginning to lengthen in the crisp air. Gnarled, black branches wave slightly, illuminated by the fading amber sunlight. But you all don't see any of that right now. That is but the faintest memory as you all open your eyes and see that you are attached to the ceiling of a small cave. Now, before I go and describe any more detail, let everybody know what your characters look like. Let's start on this side with our friend KLP.
He is tanned, scrawny, just frayed clothing, kind of formal. Perfect face, beautiful, best face you've ever seen in your life.
Gorgeous man.
Gorgeous man, beautiful man, but a little dirty.
A dirty boy.
A dirty boy.
Probably not too far from the rest of them, because also a bit too much time spent in the sun. A little bit of a probably thicker, more luxurious hairstyle, but definitely does not eat well, as his face is a bit bony and sharp in features. Laundry day was about 4 months ago, so a month before we even started on this trip. So his clothing, while holding together, is probably held together by bloodstain and dirt.
Just need that 1 quarter.
Yep. And probably also a little extra crow's feet and wrinkles under the eyes, considering his age.
And lastly, she is very scrawny, hard to tell besides her face because the clothes that she's wearing are very baggy, kind of frumpy, rosy, kind of red in the cheeks, otherwise fairly pale, very long and wiry hair. That's really all you can tell about her at the moment.
The 3 of you find yourselves, as stated before, that was not a mistake, attached to the ceiling of a low, maybe 10-foot tall cave, cramped, more like a closet cave. Below you, you can see the ground, dirt, gravel, empty, floor cave, small stalactites and stalagmites surround you. You can see a small opening enough to crawl through, leading out, enough for a large creature to crawl through, leading out of this small cave. And you start to pull at your body, and you realize that you're not being held up by any physical thing. You can move slightly, but there is this magical force holding you to the ceiling. What would you like to do? You can speak and have all of your faculties.
So, are us 3 the only ones that we see, not the other 3 of our...
The last thing that you remember is traveling on the road with your companions who are in here with you right now, as well as 3 others. But you do not see them in the room with you.
Okay.
The cave.
And something is just, I don't see what's holding me. I'm being held.
As you
And how
look
much can I
around
move,
the room,
like arms, legs?
like with enough effort, you can pull an arm off and like touch something, but as soon as you stop exerting effort, it is pulled back with generous force back to the ceiling, but you can wrench away from it.
Okay.
As you're looking around the room and sort of exploring your ability to like move and squirm, you do see, nestled among the stones at the bottom of the cave, a small glowing object kind of like embedded into the ground. Has different like faucets on it, edges. Looks like it could be a gem.
So we have enough facilities about us to be able to like reach in our backpack and stuff like that, or
Yes.
like stuff that's attached
Yes.
to it. I have. You said it's about 10 feet to the ground.
That is what I said.
I don't know how. I'm just gonna say it's kind of like always across her back.
You know how. Just describe how.
Fair. Yeah, it's fair. Good point. Thank you.
He's great at improv.
I'm trying, man.
We love-
Where we are being held, and try and like pull myself down with said pole,
Okay.
and figure out where that.
Are
point
you
is.
like attaching the edge of it to the ceiling at all so that it's not wobbling, or are you trying to balance as you're doing it? You know, balance your weight against it.
If there is something that I can kind of wedge it against, I would absolutely try it. I just don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
It is a pretty small cave. Like
Okay.
you guys are like maybe like a foot or two away from each other. Like you could reach out and tap someone else.
Mhm.
So if you wanted to, say, I have someone hold it or brace it up against the wall or something like that, try to move to the wall first.
Okay. Just look over, I guess, at the other two now that we're all awake. Would you both of you mind holding this?
Sure.
Sounds very chipper for having just woken up in a cave.
I'm not going to respond. Instead,
Classic.
looking at
These
the...
characters all share the same trait.
They don't talk. Looking at the gem.
Somehow
How
he
far-
rolled a character. Same trait. Sorry, go ahead.
Does the gem have any markings on it? Anything around it?
So it is this kind of like
Scripture.
beautiful. Again, there's not a lot of light in here. It itself is emitting a little bit of light, which is why you guys can see it all. Everything's very shadowy, but it's got this sort of like very dark magenta, purple, and mixed with blue. Or your question was like, is there any markings or anything? No, it looks like it's literally just been shoved into the ground.
Okay, gotcha. And how freely did my hands feel? Could I like hug something?
So, you have not yet experimented with how things react once they leave your person,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Yeah,
And
I'll reach through and start looking through different pockets. I know I have one here somewhere because I never dared use the damn thing.
So
and I'll
no
pull
help.
out a thing
Okay,
of soap.
okay.
I'm gonna throw the soap at the gem.
Okay.
Just because
So-
I want to see what happens. Because if the soap hits me,
As
it's not
you-
heavy. It's not gonna hurt.
Wrench forward.
Yeah.
You're like you send your arm in, you let go.
Yeah.
But it was more like pushing through molasses, and then you just kind of like let it go. So and then the soap does fall. As soon as it's not touching you, it is not being pushed back with you, and it drops to the ground. Meanwhile, you are.
I was
holding-
going to assist.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I'm desperate. I'm like, I don't know how to
You
get out
squirm,
of this.
you roll over on the ceiling, fighting this weird gravity, and you wrap yourself around the pole to like stabilize it, and then you would like to try to push yourself down. Like,
Yes.
okay, it's very difficult to move your entire person away from this force.
Okay.
So I think I would like a strength save.
Yeah.
First roll of the night.
First
Ayo.
roll.
Uh-oh.
Let's
Ayo.
see it, and
Where'd you cover it? You're the only one who can.
yeah,
see.
I know. So I can't see it, but that's a 6, so that's below my strength. So,
What is your strength? for the
11.
listeners? 11. So, Cairn, real quick. Everything's done by saves, not checks or anything like that. You roll a single d20, strength, dex, will. If it's lower than your stat number, which I believe 6 is lower than 11. Brandon, can you tell me if that's right?
Crayons.
Correct.
You did so great.
Two numbers next to each other do look like crayons, and that is 11, which is the strength score.
see,
Great
it's
job,
crayons
Brandon.
means yes, and what means no, Brandon?
Math.
Yes, that's
Yes,
good. Crayons.
But you rolled a 6, so you successfully, you work kind of like, because it's like your feet flow upwards, so it's more like you're climbing a pole, but like downwards towards the ground, and you do successfully get yourself down to the ground. What would you like to do? Speak up if you want to do anything.
Do I still feel that force pulling
Yeah,
me?
you're still being pulled up.
Okay.
And now that you're closer, like it does feel like it is sort of unidirectional, but it is also coming away from it, so it's not exactly just upward. It's just coming away from this thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
And it's small, like slightly like diameter wise, because you can't see the part that's like embedded into the ground yet. Like less than a palm's width across. Like it's a big gem.
Can you hurry up and get us down from here? Please?
The force is still affecting me down here. The gem might have something to do with it.
Kick it!
Is it actually within reach?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
basically like where you are, like you could reach
Okay.
out with a hand and like touch it.
Yeah, I'll try and touch
Anything's better than soap.
Okay. I need you to describe me, like, what are you trying to do with it? Just tap it, or are you like trying to stroke it sensually, or more like grip it roughly?
it. Very kind of. At first,
Get away from me.
at first, like
Don't do that. Get that out of there.
no.
What are you doing?
At first glance, very like she looks down and will like normally move her hand closer to it, but as she gets closer, her hand kind of like there's a little bit of a shake to it, but she will kind of tap it at first, and if nothing happens from that, she'll grab it.
Temperature.
Okay.
And nothing happens when you tap it. It doesn't disrupt the force in anything. And then you say you try to like pull it out of
Yes.
the ground. Okay. So you kind of scoop around it, and it clearly was just kind of like pressed into the ground. It's that sort of like silt, like mixed with gravel on the ground. So there's like a little bit of give in the ground. So you reach your hand and dig in it, and you're like reaching across, and you cup this gem, and you pull it out. And as you pull it out, the force starts to kind of move with it. And so you all start to slowly move towards the ground as it's starting to send you more towards the corner or like the wall of the cave. And
Can I
this is
start-
not an even room, okay?
Crawling on the ceiling to the entrance.
Spider climb.
You slow the hold the
So
pole.
force is still, it's just you're starting to fall a different way. up.
Yeah.
And I'll let you pause there,
Yeah.
just noting that before
As-
you do anything else.
As I notice it, I will slowly begin to like tilt it towards just one of the walls, not towards like the exit.
I'm gonna brace
tunnel.
myself for a fall.
And as you're doing that, I will pause one moment to talk about this, as this is a new system for us, but this is an opportunity to make sure that the players are talking to each other first and are all on the same page about the plan. And that's not to disrupt game flow, and as long as no one's saying anything, I'm going to assume we're all good to go and like keep moving forward.
I'm good
But
with this because
Cairn-
I'm just gonna brace to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna brace to land.
We're going to that wall over there. It seems to be affecting gravity that way, so...
Do we know about gravity in this world? Is this like that old time?
What was that word you just said? Which?
Can you put the gem in the corner on the opposite side of our exit?
Does it seem to be affected by like just tilt, kind of like that way, or is it based on like proximity kind of situation?
It seems to be directional towards the main faucet, because as you picked it up, it is like classic like
Diamond,
gem.
yeah.
Like, so your hand's kind of cupped, like maybe the edge is like between your fingers and you're holding it. Now you do sense that it's really coming out of this top like faucet, the like beveled top. So that is directing it,
Like directing gravity to go up.
yes,
Okay.
from it,
Right.
like away from it.
So yeah.
sorry,
So with
continue.
that, then just
Go
I'd be-
towards the left wall that way.
as she'll slowly tilt it as they're moving across the ceiling.
Since I'm holding the pole, I'll kind of like get ready to like kind of vault in a way.
So you slowly inch your way along the wall as they're sort of guiding you down the wall with is that the purpose, so they can kind of like
Yes.
squirm their way down but not fall. And as soon as everybody reaches the floor, and you're sort of like have it at this sort of downward angle towards the corner, what next? So they have successfully climbed down, assuming you were following the gravity down to
Yeah.
the floor. So everybody has their feet on, assumingly, the floor.
Assuming solid ground.
Do
Well,
you
that
know
was
the-
good.
Do we know where the other three are?
No. We should go find them.
And very quickly, just because I forgot names. Should we just introduce our characters again to each other? It's like,
Sorry, I'm a bit groggy.
We've only been traveling together for 3 months.
Only
You
3
can't
months.
Just place your
Just
face. You place your handsome
Remind me.
I'm Arwell. We've been traveling together. How do you not know?
I'm sorry.
To be fair, you do have a nameplate that says the Goblin, so.
He does say the goblin.
I believe that when we got here, I might have hit my head on the ceiling at one point, so I'm a bit out of it at the moment.
Grin.
One more time.
Grin.
Grin.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you have your wherewithal, unlike me. But Winlin.
Yeah. Rings a bell or two.
You're welcome, people watching at home.
I think that it's best we leave this here, no matter how valuable it may look, as much as it may fetch us.
I will let you know. It does look valuable. It is a giant gem, and magic is rare. And I don't know, who's to say, certainly not me, what each of you wants out of life. But this is treasure.
I could sell it.
I'm sure I'd be willing to take it out, just a little wary is all.
Are you currently just like pointing it at a wall, like outside of your...
down, because I would have to have it facing down so our feet.
Yeah, if
are
you're
still there.
facing it, pointing it down, are you just holding it in the air but down?
Yes.
Okay.
However we got to where gravity is going down, that's how I am keeping it.
Okay.
Does it look to be self-powering? Is there runes on the walls? Can we...
Nothing
anything we
else
can
in
see?
the room appears magical. It seems to be a sort of naturally small cave. Now, the tunnel leading out of it, there's crevices and things in the wall that looks like it goes deep inside whatever rock formation you're in, so you can see down them, but it's just like cracks, so you don't know exactly, and you're not quite sure where you are. The cave looks natural. The tunnel looks like it could have been carved, maybe not necessarily by tools, but by something, but there are no other like abnormal objects in the area.
We should definitely take it and sell it.
Are we all in agreement then?
Sell the rock.
And you'll notice now that you have turned it completely upside down, you can pick your feet up. You guys are standing.
Mm-hmm.
It is not pressing you into the earth. It seems to be dormant.
Yeah.
All right. Would you like to carry it then? If you're willing to sell it, just give it to him.
Keeping it upside down. And
Eye
Keeping
it.
it upside down.
As it's transferred, I just stare at it.
I'm going to place it snugly in my bag, upside down. Just packing stuff around it to keep it that way.
Great. Good.
Would that count against our inventory slot?
Yes, you are going to take an inventory slot for that. Now, for smaller objects, like you can have like at least up to 3 rations that just take up 1 slot. They're not separate ones. So for smaller objects, we can do like a collection of 3. So if you want to count that towards the ration slot too, I will allow it.
Nice.
I will allow it based on my understanding of the rules. The very few rules that are in the Cairn TTRPG, which is what we're playing tonight. Spooky.
I don't have much room in my bag, so it would have to be with someone else.
As she's currently collapsing back the pole, putting it back.
I'm more happy to take it.
I'm sure. Shall we see what's out there first before anything?
Does it look like light is shining through like daylight, or?
Nope. In fact, you do have all of your stuff. As you put the gem away, you are plunged into darkness.
With a torch, does that come with things needed to light the torch, or is it just the torch?
Yeah, you've got stuff
light
to
the torch.
light the torch. So there's this, and then
Hold it in my left hand.
very good. I
Specify.
needed to know that. So the 3 of you stand shoulder to shoulder in this small cave. Only one way in, one way out.
Would you like to take
I
away?
head towards the exit.
Man,
So-
you really do play one character. Whoa.
After you.
Would the regular players on this stream care to turn out the lights
Oh shit.
and get out the lamps?
Oh, jeez.
Not that one.
That one.
Over
I
this-
got you. I got you. It's up top.
There
It's on
should
the-
be
the
a
little
switch
cord
in the middle
switch.
of the cord right near that clamp. Get out your lamps.
I feel like a real adventurer.
That is hella bright. Let's.
Oh, it's super bright.
There we go.
Yes.
How does it look on stream?
We look good.
We good?
Yeah.
What?
I love it.
You guys begin crouching, crawling through this sort of like soft silt and like broken rock continues underneath your feet and your hands as you half crawl, half stooped walk forward. It's not a long tunnel, and it's not very straight, so there's a couple curves leading you forward. And then suddenly you come, although the roof does not raise, the ceiling of this cavern does not raise any higher, you come to a sort of more circular opening, and you see 3 other paths leading down, and almost simultaneously. So there, let's be clear, we'll say north is ahead of you, you came from south, and then there's west and east. From the west, you hear scrabbling, hands and muttered words. And from the north, you hear scraping, both coming towards your location.
I'm sticking around.
Do we recognize the voices that we hear?
If you waited a bit longer, you think you could make them out clearly. If that is what you all want to do, you can.
I am moving forward, where there is no sound.
To the
You said there was
to
3
the east is where you want to go, where there's no sound coming out.
No sound at
to
all.
the east.
Okay, now here we need to decide. Are we waiting or are we going east?
I would imagine we would hopefully be a little hesitant. We are missing 3 of our.
I don't think he is.
He's like, nope.
Well, he is our light source, so I think.
Do you want to stay and see what things are crawling towards us and get in a fight in this kind of a place where it's small, it's scraping, it's moving around? I'd rather just go towards no noise.
The
and
scraping stops.
If we're lucky, it already hurt us.
Let's go to the path with nothing then.
At that point,
Ah, shite.
you hear, I can see a light up ahead. And you recognize the voice of Eamon, one of your traveling companions.
Eamon?
Who? Grinwit?
Eh.
And out from the
Don't use my
western
literal
tunnel,
name.
stooped, comes this sort of gray and, dark-haired, big grizzly beard, kind of like a husky dad bod, but like scarred. Like wearing all of his traveler's cloak, like wrapped around him, and he's peering out into the light.
Yes,
Grinwit.
it's
It's
us
all
3.
3 of you.
Yeah.
It's all of us.
All 3 of you?
Yeah. I've got Cormac and
Were you
Bridget back
pinned
here.
to a ceiling?
What?
We'll talk later.
Okay.
Dead end for you?
Aye.
We heard scrapes from this one, and I'll point
The
towards
scraping
this.
start again, faster.
Scrapes that way, or no scrapes.
We've got to get Cormac goes first. He hurt himself, and he moves into like the circular area, which is
Yeah.
like barely enough for like 5 of you. One person kind of smushed into like one of the tunnels to like make room for everybody, and so you guys like assuming if you want to like let Cormac go first, you see Eamon come out, this
Yeah.
grizzled older man.
Yep.
You see Bridget come out, who is a late 20s young woman, wrapped in her like purple cloaks and things, and then you see Cormac, who is the youngest among you, 18 for legal reasons, but Looks like they could be easily 15 or 16 young man.
Yeah.
And he's limping as he like crawls forward. You know, he's holding his thigh.
How's your hands?
My hands are fine.
Good. Get your torch
I
out.
do. Okay.
And I'll light their torch with my
he
torch.
said, I lost my torch. And Eamon just goes, oh, and shoves
I'll light
a
it with
lit
mine.
torch into his hand. And Cormac goes, like, Eamon's going to go get to the east. You said?
Yes.
All right. And he's sort of staring up the north, where the scrabbling has stopped moving closer.
I don't want to know what it is. Do you really want to know what it is?
No, I just want to know where we are. And what the fuck happened out there.
I don't know. Last I remember is Sunfall.
Either way, we need to move now. We
Yep.
need to stop and
Let's
stop
go,
talking
young
and
one.
Go.
Agreed.
Cormac runs in. Brigid moves in to go second.
I'll be farther to the back. I've got a shield out in one hand, just kind of facing
Since
towards
I'm the back
north
end
tunnel.
light source, I'll go next to last.
I'll
Okay.
be right behind the third.
And Aomen will go before you guys without any light, so he'll be in the middle.
Okay.
You enter the tunnel. Just as you stoop to enter the tunnel,
Yeah.
there is a rush of air and noise from the north.
Yo.
Kind of like if you dropped a bag of marbles on like a kitchen floor, as well as a bunch of knives.
Oh.
And out from the tunnel, just illuminated by your light,
You can do it. I believe in you. Just maybe.
bursts this sort of arachnid type figure, about the size of like probably about the size of Eowyn, but lower to the ground because it has 8 legs. Yet as your eyes gaze forward, you see a human-like body attached to the front of it, leading up to a humanoid head, bald carapace, and deep pincers. They only have 2 arms. Not quite fingers are at the end of their arms at the front.
Like pincers.
Enough that they could use perhaps tools of some sort. What do you do as they are bearing down on the last person of your party?
Backing directly into
I
Ren.
yank her into the tunnel.
Okay.
Alright, swapping places, I guess.
No, I'm going first.
Oh,
and
okay,
I'm
okay, okay.
Dragging you
yeah,
with
okay,
me.
got it.
So you guys are running.
You have the
yeah,
shield.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, running. This is true.
Dex save from both of you.
Ugh. My dex is 10 and I got a 15.
My dex is 13. I got a 16.
So 2 fails.
Yeah.
She fails.
I got a 50-50, man.
Start off strong.
Yeah.
It reaches you before you have a chance to barely turn away from it, like illuminated in this like light. It's just sort of reflecting this dark gray carapace and like twisting limbs, and it's gonna clamp down on your arm.
No.
What's your armor?
2.
You're gonna take 4 points of damage.
Well, that was my hit protection, which is a fun little thing.
Which means we hit 0, so we get to
Yeah.
roll on the scar table.
I get a scar immediately, guys.
Yeah, let's roll up this table
Oh,
to see.
yeah.
So this is a D12. Would you like to roll it and let me read out what you get?
Sure, I'll roll it. Let's see.
We may have to retroact wherever you.
Yeah. That's a 12. I don't know if higher is better or if it even matters, but
You almost see this vision of its pincer-like mouth clamping down on your arm and severing it. But as they pull you into the tunnel, it grasps on thin air. Go ahead and write down the trait Doomed.
Oh. Okay.
What is doomed?
It's a great question, Brandon.
Do we get to know or no?
Yeah, it's a great question.
I'll let you know if it comes up.
Okay. I don't like that answer.
But
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger.
nothing else happens. You are able to pull them into the tunnel, and I assume you guys are screaming for the people to move.
Yes.
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Run! Run, Cormac! And you can see, Eowyn like pushing Bridget ahead of him, who's like then pushing Cormac, and like they almost, like if they could catch up to him, they would to carry him, but they can't.
Yeah.
So you guys start scrabbling down this tunnel.
Yeah.
And you hear just a like this high-pitched screech echoing down the cavern
If I may.
behind you. That. And it kind of like echoes even in the small space, and then you're not sure from where you hear
Yeah.
echoes.
Friends.
And as you're moving forward, the tunnel curves and there are offshoot tunnels. This is clearly like some sort of main one, and it does start to widen as you move forward.
Yeah.
And you can hear it scrabbling behind you. I'm gonna need everyone to make a dex save. Now, the way that you run away from combat is through these sort of narrative dex saves. So, this is very important to whether they get to strike at someone again. Namely, the person who's last.
Son of a...
That's the Doom train.
14, so I beat my strength or my dex. No, I meet it. I meet my dex.
Okay, one success.
Just barely.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Did we make it out of the tunnel?
So you have entered up a widening tunnel, and I will let you know ahead. It looks like, so there are all these offshoot tunnels which you've passed by. This looks like some sort of entrance, and it's hard to tell at this speed and with the torchlight, but you believe that you can see the last bits of sunlight up ahead.
And you have a free hand still.
I do.
Is there enough space for me to like move my body and grasp it on my back and use it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. What would you like to do?
Then I'm going to give you my torch and push you past me.
Okay.
And I'm going to grab my net and just have it ready to just furl out over
Sort of behind you?
Nice.
Yes.
Okay.
But my roll was an 11 and my dex is 13.
Okay. But yours was a fail.
I didn't even say it, but yeah. I love how you just assume, right? You know my rolls too well.
Don't ever play poker, Morgan.
Don't worry, I don't know how.
You want to learn?
No.
Morgan's just pouting at the table. What's wrong? Losing.
Lost the house.
What's wrong? I don't know how to play
Lost
poker.
the house, lost the car.
I actually have a card deck in my inventory.
You have not looked behind you. You've just been scrambling for this.
Yep.
Perhaps the urge is too much, just relying on the sound. You look behind you, and this shadowy, insect-like creature, arachnid-like creature. Like, do you know, has anybody seen, like, Quiet Place? Or, like, any sort of horror movie where there's, like, a supernatural creature in it?
I was thinking,
from,
like, kind of like
from,
Drider.
like, Supernatural or anything. But you know how they move with this, like, uncanny, like, speed and stuff? So imagine it's sprinting in this place that is its home. So it's, like, careening off the
Home
walls
field
and
advantage.
just, like,
Yeah.
like, launching itself at you. And it gets one of its hands up.
I'm thinking like Wendigo from Until Dawn, the game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Those things move so quick and so creepy.
2 armor.
Yeah,
You're gonna take 1 point of damage.
that's a -1 to my
Your
strength.
hit points, your hit protection, not hit points. Sorry,
Yeah.
hit protection is gone, so it is going to deal into your strength.
Yeah.
And that is permanent,
Yep. So that's a -1 to my strength.
which affects your ability to make saves.
Yep.
Funny
But
how-
not to
how
escape.
it works.
Funny
Not
how
to
it
escape.
works.
Funny how that works. So they rip into your flesh, like severing like the surface level of your muscle, and you push past, and then you unfurl this net
Yep.
across the sort of like just before it widens, and it hits it, tangling it up and tripping it. What do you do next?
Head towards the light.
Continue sprinting, and it screams again, and then the echoes, and you can't tell whether it's the same creature or others echoing down this hall. What?
I have to make a strength save to avoid critical damage because I just got hit.
Oof. You got
It's
I don't want to tell you what doomed is, but this save is critical.
lovely.
doubly
I love
critical.
how it immediately came up.
Immediately.
Thank you for looking up the rules.
Like, just
Yeah.
so fast. Oh, no.
18.
Why can't you roll this hot on Saturdays where we played
Look,
Pathfinder?
look. We found this out while playing. We found this out while playing Fallout. It does not matter if I need to roll low or roll high. I just roll bad. That is it. How dead is she? Music change.
It's a nice shield you got there.
Yep.
We
Say
need
goodbye to
flip on.
Winland.
What?
You unfurl the net.
Yeah.
One more time through your brain plays that vivid memory of your arm being severed. That didn't happen because they pulled you at the last moment out of the way. But there was this frigid pit amidst your chest and your soul for the next 15 seconds of sprinting away from this creature. Your net tangles at the feet of this creature. They extend their arm, falling. And it closes around your throat. The creature falls to the ground. You stumble the last few feet out into the dying sunlight of All Hallows Eve. And you turn around to look at your companion, Winland. And they stare at you both. And slowly turn around. And you can see their spine severed as they fall to the ground.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
How far away from me is she?
A few feet.
That shield's mine.
Take my shit.
I don't want the stripper pole.
We can go ahead and turn on the lights.
I got you.
Damn.
So should I add shield to my
Calm down. Calm down.
Calm down, Luke Goblin.
Immediately starts pilfering.
Give
I'm
him a
not
second-
pilfering. I'm just
Give
grabbing
him
the
a second to
shield.
take her last breath. Her
Yeah,
body's not even cold
as
yet.
she's falling, she's just like already. It's like doesn't let the shield hit the ground. It's just mine.
She's like, you want to give me the shield?
You suck at cards.
For reference, the doomed scar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these are lasting sort of traits that the character has. Death seemed ever so close, but somehow you survived. If your next save against critical damage is a fail, you die horribly. Wow. If you pass, you get to roll 3d6 to take as your new max HP. 3d6. You only roll 1d6 for HP at the start of making a character. But you didn't, so you died horribly.
Yeah.
You could have been a god.
We don't have extra character sheets because I did write in pen in some of this.
Oh, no.
I do.
Oh, you do? Amazing.
You may come get it.
Thank you.
So
Who's our new friend?
Morgan's gonna
We're gonna
roll.
scratch that character off the list.
Morgan's gonna roll a new character.
Good thing I didn't
He's gonna
remember the
get,
name. Doesn't matter.
Rid of Winland's note
Yep.
card.
Winland the second.
Winland 2!
Winland
me sweat.
Jr.
Linlin.
That
Winland's
made me
sister.
sweat. And
Winletta.
this will just continue every time the IGM killing or severely injuring one of Morgan's characters.
Yeah, that's happened
It happens
twice. It happened
Yeah.
in the gauntlet,
Yep.
and well, actually, no, that one technically wasn't your fault. They could have gotten me.
I was
out.
talking about.
Well, I mean, it was more up to the final roll,
Yeah, I know.
which was yours.
That's also
So I'm gonna
fair.
say
That's
it was-
also fair.
Go watch the first episode of Grimm's Gauntlet, which will have a official like overlay and stuff in future sessions.
fancy.
So just enjoy the story. Don't look too closely at the cameras. So while they're working on that, let's describe the scene. It's still evening. The sun, you can see, is half over, like a half semicircle
You were getting there.
in the distance, over the broken, dark, gnarled branches of the forest. You can see the road ahead of you, and looking behind you, this cave is kind of set into the ground. So like there's a bunch of like stone and rubble right here with sort of like a mound leading into the earth. Looks kind of like a hive or some sort of habitat built into the earth. Next to you, you see Eomin. I almost combined a bunch of their names. Eomin, Brigid, who I will also call Brigid at certain times, don't worry about it. Cormac, and then Arwell and Grinwit, you are there. And then there is a bleeding, dead corpse of Winland.
Eomin, Cormac, and
Brigid.
thank you.
Brigid or Brigid. She responds to both. How we doing out in Spirit Land? No one's told me if they can hear me, so I hope they can.
We'll find out.
I trust Grim Daddy's technical setup.
Grim Daddy.
Weird Grim Daddy down there, probably. I don't know.
It is.
Yes, Esquire. That's
So,
not me.
about that shield.
Yes, you can loot Winland's body.
My gosh.
I'm not looting a body. I'm just taking the shield and running because that creature's still alive, right?
No rest for the wicked.
It is. The screaming stopped, and you do not see anything like coming out of the darkness. You do not see or hear. I'm just giving you the
I'm not
information
risking
that
it.
is accurate to this moment.
I'm not
But
risking it. Grabbing the shield and moving.
Eamon and the crew follow you all. And like I said, you can see the road, like maybe not quite 50 yards ahead of you, like through the trees before it gets denser behind you. So you all sprint towards the road, the sort of bastion of safety that everyone sees in this world is the road, the only known way to travel through the forest. Heaving, hands on his knees, you all make it back to the road and see Eomin resting. Cormac has like plopped down on the road and is holding his leg. It looks like he got like cut or it's bruising, you can't quite tell. His pants leg is in tatters, and Brigid is kind of like hands on the hips, just sort of staring back at the sun, which is west. The road right now, although it does curve, is sort of facing east-west, so she's staring back the direction you came from, this 3 months journey down the road, looking at the sun setting in the west.
I'm going to check out Cormac's wound.
So you walk over to Cormac. It's a mess. Like it's not deep, but it is clearly damaged. Like there's like a lot of bruising and like so you can tell that it's been bleeding like inside the leg a lot. There was a cut, but it's mostly like sealed itself up at this point. So it's hard to tell what could help him at this point. What's up? Thank you. Hi for the comment.
I would say just seeing that gruesome death, Arwell's going to be like kind of grabbing his head, kind of looking down at the road, back.
Looking over the group, who has the cleanest clothes?
Brigid for sure. But the cleanest is very relative in terms of that hers still kind of has most of its color, but it's not like nice.
Y'all dirty.
Yeah.
Eomin stands up. We can't rest. We have to keep pressing forward. And Brigid's like, What's the point? What's the point? She's like, as soon as that sun sets, as soon as it hits midnight, it's Hallows. It's the Hallow. We're too late. We didn't make it there. Our best chance is, honestly, to go back in that cave, try to defend ourselves from whatever comes. And Aemon's just shaking their head. No, we can make it by midnight to the town if we press forward now. And then they're kind of getting in each other's faces. She's like, do you know what the final stretch of this road is before the town? Yes, I know what the final stretch is.
Eowyn, Bridget.
Eowyn. I know I say Eowyn sometimes. Don't worry about it. What?
I thought I wrote that down wrong.
Okay, yeah.
Speak!
If you know what that final bridge is, then both of you know we can't afford to fight each other. Let's save that energy for getting there. Let's get Carmack at least bandaged so they can walk on their own and not be a detriment if something should happen. And then we'll go. Not a rest, I agree. Just a quick bandage so they can move.
The important thing is to keep moving. And he looks back at Brigid. We can discuss the route when we get to the thicket. And as he says that name, it kind of jogs all of your memories. You were hoping to be through this area of the road called the thicket. Well before Hallow.
Yeah.
The Hallow, as well as Hallow's Eve. But this journey has just been too arduous. She goes, yes. We should at least see how far we are.
That I could bandage the leg with, at least make them walkable.
So I'll let you know, like, whether it's bandaged or not, it's not bleeding at this point in time.
Yeah.
So it's up to you. If you want to rip off, like, part of clothing or anything like that, for sure. I'm sure you have some fabric on your, like, backpack or something.
Yeah.
You could rip a strap off, or maybe just, like, tie a knot, like a belt or something above it, just to sort of help.
Yep.
So you sort of set up, pull them upright. Thank you. It's good to keep going, he says.
Good.
Yes. And he kind of stammers for like a couple more seconds, but doesn't actually say anything more.
Shield in my left hand, torch in my right, and alright, torch is out.
Torch is out.
And I'll light everybody's torch off of mine. Who has one? We're down.
Orwell's gonna kind of give Cormac a smack on the back and be like, let's go.
Oh, yep. Am I going first? It's just a road. There's nothing that you can see well ahead of you.
Yeah.
So this.
Well, hang on a second. I'm gonna give you my other torch, and then I'm gonna whip out my neat spyglass that I won in a poker game against Winland.
You always knew I sucked at poker.
A loser at everything.
And I'm gonna at least check the road in front of us for anything at a distance.
Sure. So you can see probably maybe 100 yards ahead of
Yeah.
you before like trees and stuff, curves. You don't see anything amiss. You can tell with and without the spyglass. It's getting denser on the sides of the roads for sure.
Yeah.
It's actually been a little bit sparse as far as the forest is concerned in this last stretch you've been traveling through, but it's getting thicker.
All right, and I'll let that hang back. Thank you.
What'd you see? It's getting dark. Let's go.
Start walking.
You all continue on. The 5 of you now, down from 12. That began this journey 3 months ago to get to the town.
And is this length of time unheard of? Is it normal to happen this way?
You would have anticipated it was going to be a long, difficult journey. Your expectation was not quite 2.5 months. The road itself, wide, usually 10 feet across, maybe a little bit more here and there depending on the area. It does, widen and narrow as you go. Currently, it has changed over time depending on the exact terrain, but right now it is a dirt path, and it stops almost abruptly at the tree line. So as soon as you are off the road,
You're off the road.
you are in the forest.
Gotcha.
Continue on. The forest getting thicker and thicker around the edges. After barely an hour more of travel, the trees become shorter, like over time, but the foliage becomes thicker, and there are now these like mounds of vines and bushes and all of this different vegetation sort of creating these like shapes and walls around you, and it's slowly beginning to grow overhead in front of you. Right about where it peaks and becomes almost an even surface that you would have to feel more like you're entering something, there is a dilapidated wooden sign in the middle of the road, and standing next to it
Yes. Is a younger
Winland.
yes, a younger Winland. No.
Have you seen my sister?
Nope.
We're twins, but I was born later.
I gifted her a shield.
The family crest is upon us. Oh, damn this thing!
He's like smudging it.
No.
She had such the most beautiful neck I've ever seen.
A younger woman, early 20s, pretty well built in terms of stature, kind of wider shoulders. Clothes look like shit. Just completely torn and dirty, mud covered. And she is holding in one hand a shield. And the other is just what looks like a woodcutter's axe, just kind of at the ready. Well, actually, no, it would be a torch at this time because it's dark out and she couldn't see, so it would be, instead just be a torch. Wavier, dark black hair, and kind of points the torch towards the five of them. Hello?
And as she says that, the sun completely disappears. And now the only light, reflecting your faces back at each other, and casting strange shadows in and among the vines and trees, comes from your torches.
I'm too lazy to figure this out. Are you going to kill us or travel with us?
I'm not trying to kill anyone.
Good. Start walking again.
Well, hold on a second.
Where are you going?
The town.
You walk away from the entrance to the thicket first.
She steps forward, stepping away from the thicket.
More.
How many steps, just so I can...
Come look me in the eyes and tell me you're not something unnatural.
She kind of...
And he kind of like bops your
Holds me.
shoulder like, why would you just trust someone
wait.
why would
Yeah.
you just trust someone like that?
still holding the torch kind of at the ready, shielded a little bit closer to her.
He has his hand on his weapon, but he's not drawn it.
Stepping closer. Hesitantly at first, but once she gets closer, kind of putting that
Look
grace.
me in the eyes.
It's hard to when you have one squinting.
They just do that. I can't stop it.
Sorry, let me just move the torch then.
Oh, thanks. God.
How's this then?
Make a will save.
Oh, interesting.
You fell all gotcha.
So there is no perception, like investigation rolls. Nothing is hidden in Cairn. I will give them any information about anything that they ask for. Will covers magic, intimidation, persuasion. Just because you rolled a character doesn't mean I'm going to let you into our party because I'm an NPC.
It's a success with a 4.
All right. Can you use that weapon?
Just dangling on her hip.
It's not meant to be a weapon, but I can use it as one.
Well, we're going to need all we can to protect ourselves in the thicket. And he kind of eyes Bridget. She says, we shouldn't go in there because it's going to turn over into the Hallow while we're in there, I don't care what the superstitions and what the stories are. I know that there is truth to them. But we should not be in the thicket when it happens. If we go fast, we won't be in it. If we go around, we have to leave the road and enter the forest. At this point, he looks away from her and looks at all of you. And he kind of he's grumbling and digging his feet into the ground. The forest or the thicket? Through the thicket we can get there sooner.
And through the forest is instant death. As she looks at
We just left the forest. Don't know how we got in there. It was like some spirit put us there.
Interesting.
But we still made it out, most of us. Enough of us. Cormac gulps as he says that.
Well, I'm going through the thicket, as it is still dangerous, but not known to... Well, it is known to kill, but safer than the forest.
Everyone knows a straight line is faster than a round. Just walk fast.
Bridget, heaves this huge sigh. And then, as you're staring at Bridget, she almost seems like she's about to say, okay, and take a step forward. Her head rockets back. And as it comes forward again, her eyes are completely white. You all know what has happened. Bridget is a fortune teller. Perhaps when you first started traveling with her, you were extremely wary of her as a person. Magic is known, but it is rare and can be unpredictable.
Oh man, it's a good idea you did a gem.
So you all, taken aback, but have seen this before,
Yeah.
as this sort of vision
This
overtakes her.
happens.
She's already, she was pointing the torch towards...
And
Da, 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 da.
it happens.
Her hands are slowly raising into the air, almost of their own accord, hands limp
Put it down.
like a puppet. And her head kind of lolls back and forth in the flickering flames and shadows from your torches. Shadows lurk in the trees above, or below. And then her hands drop to her side, and she blinks, sort of stumbling a few paces and catching herself on Cormac.
Yep, still weird.
Still haven't gotten used to that.
I'm
It's
sorry.
weird every time.
There's shadows everywhere, though. Right?
Yes.
He looks around at all of the shadows. All the time. And she's still sort of settling herself.
Do you know how to interpret those?
You know the answer to that. As you turn around and face the thicket, so the foliage sort of creates this sort of opening into this dense underworld. The road does dip down into it, as though you're entering this sort of natural basin, like a small valley. With the torchlight, you can see the road does narrow. It's hard to tell at this distance whether it will continue being followable.
So, are we going to just ignore what she said? Are we going to try and figure it out? Or are we just going to move ahead?
Well,
We've wasted too much time. He is right about that. I'm scared.
Shield at the front, shield at the back.
move ahead.
Which shield do you want?
I'll take the front.
I walk towards the back.
You guys gather up in your chosen formation. You walk towards the entrance. Does anyone stop to read the sign?
If there is, I didn't realize there was one, but yeah.
You were standing next to it.
Right next to it.
Look, I was rolling a character.
It's
I was
okay.
trying to write stuff down.
What does the sign
It's
say?
alright, he's bad at multitasking.
I would say
I am.
all
No, extremely
I would say
bad.
all will glance at as they're walking by it. Probably a quick glance as we're moving on.
Perhaps it's been something that has made its rounds to all of your past homes in stories and in tales. But it is just a very short poem. And the sign is like askew. It's been scratched and pockmarked by wind and weather and tools. You glance at it, pausing for a second. And it's just a short poem. A chilly night devoid of warmth, swimming with an unearthly force. A murder cause, a cricket chirps. In the naked trees, perhaps a shadow lurks. Snap, brambles beneath your feet. Crack, a spark from your torch's heat. Silent is the horror, and the rest of it is so defaced you cannot make it out. So we skip into the
Everybody,
Very happy.
Arm in
once
arm.
everybody
Ah!
walks past, Grin will try and at least put it upright and see if it stays.
Take your hands away.
Yeah.
Seems good. Seems good. You're like, all right.
Nice. Good job.
No,
And
that
the
is.
artistic eye. Just
Community
And
service
we-
+1.
We watch as sort of staying shot outside of the thicket. As one by one they walk far enough and their backs disappear into the darkness until the final torchlight follows the heels of Grinwit. And just as your heels disappear into the darkness, the sign resets itself.
Do I hear it?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
just runs back. Hold on, everyone.
Hold on.
you always think you did a good
Was
job.
that a sign?
I'll always
Unsetting
think
itself?
I did a good job.
And you will always have that. Maybe.
Yeah.
Forever. Because you'll
Or
live
at least
forever.
an hour.
It is nighttime now. You know that there's only a few hours before it becomes the Hallow. Aomen thinks that if you travel quickly, you can make it through the thicket and to the town, perhaps by midnight.
While Aomen may not be in the front, I am going to make sure that we're following his pace.
So you guys are trekking through. The road beneath your feet starts to become less even. There is now moss and stone sort of jutting out from it. There is right now, at least a clear delineation of road and then foliage.
Yeah.
The forest, the thicket. But It is not as apparent as the road that you've been traveling on before now. I'm getting a funny feeling back of my neck, says Bridget.
Is another one of your visions, by chance?
Visions don't come from the neck.
I don't know. I don't get visions.
Well, you're lucky you get us. How'd you find yourself out here?
Making my way over to the town as well.
She looks you up and down. Why? Escaping a past?
Going towards the future.
Finding a new future.
Yes.
I wish I could find fewer of them. The visions, she says in response to your quizzical look.
What's your name?
Brigid. Sometimes Bridget. Depends on how I feel.
Fair enough. Eelson.
Eelson.
Ylsen. Or Yelson, however you want to say it, whatever.
Eelson or Eelson, depending on how you feel. Yeah, same here, same here. Sometimes it's a hard, sometimes it's a soft G.
Why are you going to the town?
For once, I guess it's trying to find the past. Or at least understand it.
What about you all?
I'm running away from a curse.
You didn't tell us that. You're cursed? Him and Holt.
Yeah, it seems so is Brigid.
I don't know how I came across it, but things just happen.
Did Aomen actually stop?
Yeah.
I'd kick him.
Curse is it. He keeps walking.
said walk
Keeps
fast.
walking.
We're just walking.
He keeps walking, but he's like eyeing you like over his shoulder.
Walk and talk.
It doesn't seem to affect other people. It just happens to happen to me a lot.
What happens to you a lot? This is information you like to learn about someone after months of travel when we're in the most dangerous route of our lives.
A rock in the shoe. I spilled my coffee. It's everything.
Oh,
Just unlucky then.
I'm just unlucky.
he's just clumsy. Well, then fucking Cormac's cursed too. Can't believe you somehow fell up a hill. Or the cave, like the mound where we were wrapped around it with the ropes, you remember? I remember. Sorry, I tried to break free and... Cormac's like very winded, just like trying to keep up with everybody. Do you think we're gonna make it? And at this point, he kind of looks at Grinwit too. Do you think we're gonna make it?
Yeah. Don't talk though. Breathe and walk. There you go. Let's go. Keep it easy.
Go ahead and give me a will save.
Natural
See, natural one.
And that's good. That's good.
You know what we say?
Skull!
Come on.
He's a skull cup. Yeah, the guest has a skull cup.
There you go. There you go.
You guest on our show, you get to drink out of a skull cup. You do not get to keep it. I don't know if I sold that before. That
We
it's
also
not
don't.
yours. It has to stay.
What are the little floaty bits in there?
One, we don't tell you, and we also don't tell you whose skull is encased in the metal.
I like a bit of mystery.
Which
It's
works out
all-
great because
they're
one of my
all-
character traits is merciful.
Roleplay. They're all skulls from Morgan's characters that I've killed. And the bits we, as he said, we don't tell you, but sometimes fingers.
Allegedly.
We can't go around giving all our secrets away.
And a new one just got
I
made
didn't
today.
tell him about the crayons.
All right, stream's over. I'm done. Too many secrets.
I killed the stream. Oh god, I'm so sorry.
You're just too
Granddaddy,
good.
please forgive me.
Salute.
You all continue on. Eventually, there's a large stone in your path. You know, like a nice sized boulder just kind of jutting out. And you've come across it, it just kind of like is sort of encroaching on the road, but doesn't necessarily stop you. And this one doesn't. You can climb around it. But as who is first? Is that
Me.
correct?
Yeah.
You're Yilson.
Yeah.
Yilson.
Yilson.
Sometimes.
Yilson.
Yes.
As you sort of begin to clamber around it, realize you can't quite tell where you're supposed to go next. There's kind of a tree, and so there's kind of an opening next to it that goes this way, and kind of an opening next to it that goes a different way. And then if you finish sort of clambering over and like take a few steps down one path and then down the other, they kind of seem like they continue and kind of don't. It's like the road... Why'd you stop? What's happening?
It splits and it gets confusing.
What? The road's always there.
Take a look for yourself.
He grumbles. He's just like climbing like around the road. Yeah, I imagine that he walks with like a sort of like swingy pirate gait, but he doesn't have a peg leg. That's just how he moves.
Yeah.
He kind of glares down one path and then the other. Shite. He's right.
I'm a woman, thank you.
Nice biceps.
I try.
Sorry.
Couldn't actually tell, but your bone structure is incredible.
Thank you. Anyway,
And he's clenching his teeth and kind of grinding them as the rest of you catch out. Like, there's there's enough room among the trees and stuff for you all to just kind of clamber around the rock and look at what is before you.
How big is the rock?
It's big.
It's a nice boulder.
Like think like car size, but it's just like kind of encroaching into the road. It's just sort of it just kind of stopped you from being able to see that the road didn't continue. It didn't really hinder your progress.
flip a coin.
Speaking of coin, I didn't
But-
roll for my coin.
And this is pretty good speed.
4.
Neither direction seems to continue past, so it's not really like it forks, it just kind of stops. And she takes a few more steps. I want to say I can see where it picks up, but I'm not sure. Should we just go straight? Like what we think is straight?
I'd say we can try it, and if worst comes to worst, we can try again and make our way back.
We'll get lost.
How far, like, what's the degree of difference here? Is it like
Not much at all.
harsh, kind of
Not much at
forwardish?
all.
Okay.
Again, it's not like then you can see like two distinct paths. It just kind of like opens up. Like it's just not as dense as the foliage and trees around you.
I'd like to climb up on top of the boulder and look, because it's like right in the middle, correct? Or is it?
Seemingly
Okay.
of the road that you just came off of, the
Yeah.
tree. This tree is in the middle, but again,
Oh,
there's
okay.
trees past
Right,
it.
right.
It just
Okay.
kind of like peters. The road kind of feels like it peters off.
Okay. Just kind of extending the torch out, just in one, I'll say the left direction. Am I able to see any farther? Just move like 5 feet down that way.
Yes.
See, she's on top of the boulder. I'll just be like,
There.
stay there for a second. Go down that one. 10 feet.
Okay.
And I'll go 10 feet down the other one.
Okay.
Shining light just as far
Yeah.
ahead of me as possible.
I'm going to kind of look back to see if I have any puzzling looks or anything looks crazy.
So, what you can see, basically, sort of in between all of this light, what you can see is that the sort of
Bless you. Thank you.
less dense area continues on. So, like, you're still able to fairly easily navigate between trees moving forward. But the torches only extend 20, 30 feet ahead of you. It doesn't seem to be getting any denser in this rough area ahead of you. But you do also can feel that the denseness that's been kind of surrounding you lessens up too. So it's kind of difficult to navigate in terms of once
This
you
is
lose
a
sight of
walked
the
path
boulder.
or not.
Yeah.
As far, since I'm on the left, can I look across and see the other person?
Yeah, that might be like a tree or two in the way, but you guys
can
see each other. Yeah. There does not seem to be any like trickery within this space outside of the weird petering out of the road itself.
I'm not seeing much.
Then I'd say at this point we flip a coin and trust our gut. If we can't discern anything more, we can't waste too much time. As Bridget said, Hello is coming.
I'm gonna turn around and just kind of look towards the rest and grin.
Well, if we can see each other, then we know this general direction is less thick, but it also opens up into a less thick area.
Because we don't want to split, do we?
Not really, but I wouldn't be against fanning out just 10-ish feet between each person and cover some ground and see if we at some point get some kind of semblance of a path.
Are you willing to risk it? And risk others in turn?
Not a huge fan, but we need to find some way forward. Staying here is just giving up and dying. So at least moving forward, we can at least someone has a chance. Hopefully all of us. Do I like that risk? No, but I won this spyglass off a poker game. So maybe I'm pretty good at calculated risk.
Some of you may die, and that is a risk I'm willing to take. Alright. Then, as long as it's doable, we try.
So we fan out.
Don't fan out too much. Just keep your eyes looking for some semblance of a walked path.
Alright.
Aomen nods.
Aomen?
Yeah.
Bridget?
Cormac, walk with me.
Bridget?
Yes, it's fine.
Alright.
Still going in the direction, and I suppose that's all that matters. So, you guys fan out kind of like torch on either side, torch in the middle.
Yep.
Aomen and...
Everyone except one of us is a torch. Only Cormac is down a torch.
Okay.
Unless you
And
took
Cormac's
the torch
with
from...
Aomen.
I grabbed the shield and left.
Fair.
And you left all her gold!
There wasn't
All
time.
12 of her gold.
All 12 of her gold.
What else did she have? I don't remember. She had a chisel.
So I'll just keep a scanning eye out for semblance of a path.
So, Aomen and Cormac take place. We'll say you were on the left.
Yes.
Arwell was on the left, so Arwell's furthest left. Then it's Aomen and Cormac. Then it's Grinwit. Then it's Brigid. And then Ilson on the far east.
Hello.
Kind of walking like search party style, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Those are in the cardinal directions. You think you're still kind of going east,
Yeah.
northeast kind of
Yeah.
direction,
Cool.
because the road does wind. It doesn't go directly east-west. But just so you guys know where you are in relation to each other. The 5 of you fan out. The 6 of you fan out in 5 groups. I get there.
Close.
You move forward, and progress is slower now. Having to step over gnarled roots and this like canopy of moss and vines, these thick trees, and it's oddly luscious. Not quite like a swamp, but it's got that sort of dampness, this humidity around it as you move forward. The air gets more stagnant. You travel 10, 15 minutes, hard to exactly estimate time.
Yeah.
Keeping your eyes out for anything. The first thing you notice is silence. Birds, owls stopped chirping, hooting. Critters and frogs among the forest floor. Or the floor of the road, it's hard to say. Stop calling. And you can only hear the trudge of each other's feet. That wasn't it.
Can I recall a poem?
Yeah.
Get that speaking voice ready. That ASMR.
A chilly night. Okay. A chilly night, devoid of warmth, swimming with an unearthly force. A murder cause, a cricket chirps. In the naked trees, perhaps a shadow lurks. Snap, brambles beneath your feet. Crack, a spark from your torch's heat. Silent is the horror.
The rest is not.
Arwell would be intently listening on everybody's footsteps to make sure, like, counting, like okay, 10 footsteps, 12 footsteps, just making sure if anything's rushing or if there's anything that is out of the ordinary as far as a footstep or something coming towards them, listening for it.
Imagine that Yilson is trying to keep that cadence of everyone, trying to ensure that they're able to figure out if anyone is rushing or dragging.
As in a past life, I was a burglar. To keep my probably pretty trained eyes out for not so much sound, but movement.
And you see it. This sort of too dark shape to be a shadow.
Yeah.
In the trees above, just sort of like hunkered down on a branch. It's some 50 feet ahead. You can just barely make it out. You saw it as it like shifted its feet, kind of like gripping maybe the branch, but it shifted its stance. You saw the limb shake. And it's almost as if at that point you can clock another one. Closer. Kind of near where Eomin and Cormac are. You clock one near where Arwell is. Both of those closer to the one you spotted further out. What do you do?
Hey everyone. Why don't we
What? I can't hear you!
come closer?
You find something?
And as
No,
you
just
say,
keep walking.
come closer,
We're not alone. In the trees above us.
no one has a chance to assume a new position. Roll. No, there's no initiative. No, what happens now is
Oh yeah, my net's gone. I gotta erase that.
Yup.
no. Nope.
Different one.
Working on it. Hold on.
You'll get it. I believe in you.
Lots of light changes just for you guys. I know you love pretty lights. We're gonna go with this one.
Nice.
In the torchlight, you see these shadows jump, and now everyone sees them as they make these sort of great big leaping movements, like not quite as graceful as like primates or anything like that. It's more like they're launching themselves and then just like into a tree and grabbing on. They look muscular. You can't quite make them out, but they are starting to move towards you all.
So all we see is like this shadowy figure.
Mm-hmm.
How many?
You can see 3.
Okay. And like directly ahead of us? Sorry.
One is almost on top of Eomin and Cormac. One is almost on top of Arwell, and then one is further away. So the way we'll talk about movement, in Cairn you can move 40 feet. We're not going to be like measuring that. I'm thinking about it in terms of like a move.
Yeah.
A move or two moves.
Yes.
In combat, if you're not running away, you guys can choose to do so. But I'm just giving you, laying out the rules. You have a move, you have an action. Action can be basically anything. Casting a spell, attacking, or taking another move. So then you could move 2 movements. Okay? So one of them is 2 movements away, the others are 1 movement away.
Got it. Run. Fast.
What way? What way? Cormac calls.
The way we were heading, if it passes one, so be it.
I don't want it to jump down on me.
Then don't let it. Run.
Get that gem out. No, push it away from us.
Yeah.
It stopped working as soon as...
It was face down.
Fair.
We're gonna try it. I am gonna. I guess it'd be an action.
So here,
Glad I'm on the other
everybody
side of you guys.
describe what they are doing. I'm telegraphing that they look like they are leaping from tree to tree in order to make 2 positions. Probably Arwell's, probably Eowyn and Cormac, and then one is just heading straight towards you, probably you.
Yeah.
So what would you all like to do?
I'm gonna
Straight
call out where they
looking.
are, so those that are near can be ready.
Say that. What was the first
I
part?
want to call out where they are,
Okay,
so those that are near them can be ready and actually get eyes on them.
you've already done that.
Okay,
I
okay.
encourage you to take an action that does more.
Okay. Oh gosh.
Your actions can be big. You get a movement and a whole action to do something. Again, it can be basic, like just attack or do something, or it can be stuff with your kit that you've got in your gear. It can be roleplay if you want me to describe the environment more and be like, is there a this here, or is there a this here? And I will tell you yes or no, or stop fucking talking. No, because it's in the Cairn rules that the player should always keep asking questions.
Yeah. Love that.
It's a really cool rules light system. I like it. It flows well.
Yeah. I think for the first turn, because there are turns.
Yes,
right? Okay.
this turn. Everybody's going to act, and then we go to the next
Yeah.
round.
Gilson is just going to move
wanna
40
put- I
feet and
wanna put the
then
rune
use
on the
set
shield.
action to move again.
Okay,
I
so
know.
you're just
Big time.
sprinting.
Yeah.
Brandon, do you have a thing, or should we go to Kelby?
Uh,
All right, we're going to Kelby.
yeah.
I am removing my bag and pulling the rune out, and I'm facing it above me, above my head. Torch in left hand, rune turned up towards me,
Okay.
and
I am
We're gonna hope.
going
Good
to
luck.
because
We're
I
gonna hope.
know
The
because
entire
I,
world starts to unearth itself. No,
Yeah, it's
because
gonna
I
send
know
you two.
he's not going to be able to run fast enough. I'm going to make my way to Cormac.
Okay, so you move. You do in one movement. You can make it to their position. And Aeon's like, they're coming from the trees.
And then I'm going to.
They're in the walls.
I'm just going to help Cormac run.
walls.
Because I know he can't. He can't. He doesn't have
Okay.
the leg strength.
Yeah, take an action to assist him.
Yeah.
Nice.
How selfless.
How merciful. Okay.
Mercifully lazy.
You start to sprint through the trees, and you see one of them pass by and begin to dive down towards the group that is now Aomen, Grinwit, and Cormac. You rush over to Cormac and start to push him forward
Yeah.
as this thing enters the space. It lands just in front of you all, kind of like off to the side where it just had an opening to land as the 3 of you press forward.
Do we get a good look at it?
Yes, you do. Their skin, fur, is this sort of inky blackness. Like you can almost stare into it, like staring up to a starless night sky. But there are 2 like yellow panther eyes embedded in its head. It does not have feline features, but that's what those types of like bright, just
Yeah, yeah,
piercing
yeah.
eyes. They're humanoid in shape. Like imagine like a naked chimpanzee, like
Oh.
where you can see is like this musculature.
Yeah.
They aren't quite as thick as the chimpanzees, and no balls.
Thick.
But they're this very toned, lithe humanoid creatures, and their hands and their feet are kind of like lizard-like in their sort of like wide grip.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And they open up their maw and reveal like sharp needle-like teeth.
Yeah.
And they lunge forward. Move to get to your location. 1, 2, 3, 4, reroll. And they attack Aomen. Swinging one of their fists. They don't seem to have like claws necessarily. They've got like big nails, but it's more just like a haymaker, just like trying to bash them down with their muscle.
Like hammer fisted.
Yes. And they deal 2 points of damage to Aomen's HP.
His hit protection.
To his hit protection. His H pizzle. As it lands down, it lands the strike on Aomen, and you guys push past him, stumbling as he takes the force of this blow, and you keep sprinting into the forest.
The thicket?
But I'm just calling it all
Into the
forest
thick
there.
of it?
We're out of the forest. We're in the thicket.
The forest of the thicket.
Forest of the thicket. Thicket of the forest.
Trying to find the road to go to the town.
What's the song from Into the Woods? Anybody know Into the Woods?
Paige!
Paige!
She's in a musical right now.
Shit!
Damn it!
One musical theater
Where
person.
you are.
Yes.
This creature, the same thing, it kind of lands in the earth and scatters. Like the moss and stuff blows up around it because of its such weighted figure. These things are like probably roughly around 6 feet tall each. Not exactly all the same, but this strange, dark shadow creature. And they go to smash into you just as you turn the gem up. The entire world does not shift. But your feet leave the ground, as do theirs. And they swing and they miss as they start to float up into the sky.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm with them.
And it's like kind of this moment, this slow moment of like weightlessness, and then you guys are sent plummeting towards the foliage above you.
How far?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's as far as we get this round.
Oh my god.
What would everybody like to do round 2? Oh, also the one in the middle clearly was making its way to where you were, but is now, it took 2 moves just to get close to you guys, but it's not quite next to you yet. Still in the treetops.
Now, am I able to see, like, am I able to look back and see the chaos of what just happened?
You can surmise from
Okay.
Aomen's cry, like, and you have to imagine, like, as you're sprinting, like the scenes in movies where there's just like a group of people just like sprinting and running over logs and stuff, so like everything's flitting in the darkness, and the shadows and the flames are all just like casting these weird shadows, and then you just hear, and these things are silent. Like outside of them slamming into the ground, they are making no noise. They're not growling, they're not yelling, they're just
The silent
running
killers.
after you
Yeah.
with fury.
Looking back and seeing that, I'm gonna stop for a moment and off to, because I was on one edge, I'm going to look out the opposite direction of everyone else, pull out a cudgel, such like big thick club-like thing, and just toss it to the farthest tree that I'm able to see to try and make just the loudest thud sound that I can, trying to make a distraction from them.
Yeah, so you launch this cudgel at a distance, like maybe out towards the side, even like up ahead to the side. It turns over in the air and slams into it, smashing some of the bark, and there's a loud crack as it like bounces off and like smashes into some brambles and stuff too. What is everybody else doing?
I would say Grimwit still is under the impression they could outrun these things if they keep pushing. So, I mean, he's not looking back to see what's going on with him, unfortunately. We're hourling ahead, so I don't even know. So I'm going
He's
to
just
keep,
way above your eyesight.
I'm going to keep with Cormac and Aomen and get Cormac moving because I know his legs hurt.
Okay, so trying to move like 2 more move actions.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just imagining he turns and just sees nobody there. He's like, "Where Where the fuck did he go?
So, I guess I don't know if I would understand fully because I'm like, oh shit, like, but I would imagine trying to turn it back, like just back
Just
upside
back
down.
upside down. Okay.
Yeah.
Point it
So
forward.
you've traveled like the foliage itself. Again, it's not like a wall or anything.
Yeah.
It's just completely like amassed and covered. So like you broke through the first few like layers. So you turn it back upside down as you're like flying upwards as best you can orient yourself as you're tumbling up and down. And then once again, it kind of goes dormant, so it's not pushing you towards the ground. Gravity just returns.
Yes.
So you immediately plummet back to the earth immediately alongside this creature. I will allow you, if you would like, a dex save to try to grab a branch or something to prevent your fall. And then I'm also going to do the same for it.
Okay.
You can do it.
Is the purpose just to get you down, or is it to like surprise it?
So the purpose is to get me down
Okay.
safely. I rolled a 6, and
Nice.
my dex
You
is
should be
14.
good. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
So right as you reverse it, maybe you kind of
I'm saying I've lost my
planned it,
torch.
so,
I would
like,
imagine.
you turn it down, and yes, you'd either drop the gem or the torch. The torch plummets to the to the earth below, but you grab onto a branch and kind of like brace yourself against the tree, and then you turn, like looking down at your torch fizzling in the underbrush, and you look up and you can see it's just 2 trees away from you, smiling with its sharp.
What happens if you just point it at
That's what I was thinking. Like, and I'm into the tree.
Yeah, like I imagine you like hooked an arm around it, so you've still got your arm with the gem.
I
free,
would,
like, whichever
I would
one that
like to
was.
hold it right side out against my chest, just pointing towards it, like in the direction.
Okay.
See if it's how
So-
directional it can be.
That's what I was saying. Is like point in the direction we were running.
Yeah.
Just like.
Push us forward.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm like rocketing towards.
This is that new speedrun strat.
You successfully toss your cudgel and create this sort of cacophony of noise. A fair distance away, you like
Keeping this
scent it between the trees far enough. Because of all of the chaos going around, I do want a will save.
Cool.
Actually,
Get the number in.
let me do like a defensive one.
Okay.
Rather.
I'm not even gonna look at what that would have been.
Don't look at it.
Not gonna.
Okay. So the one that had not yet descended, it, whether you can see this or not, it whips its head around very briefly, but then descends upon the group.
Oh, there goes my cudgel. Bye, cudgel.
You can stop and look for it.
Yeah, okay.
Still planned on like moving after that as
Okay.
the action though.
Sure. Barreling through the trees. Next to you all, you can sort of see just a little bit further ahead from you, Brigid is breaking. You know, just making a break for it, same as everybody else holding her torch high. You, Cormac, and Aemon continue to run, but from up above, this one descends upon you.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It swings at you.
Okay.
No. You
No
have a
roll to hit.
shield. What's your HP?
So the second one, there's the one you just left behind you,
Yep.
and then there's this new one that just came down, was almost distracted. I rolled a 2. What's your armor?
2.
Hey!
Deflected off the shield, and Cormac
Hands
goes,
kind of shaky.
says Cormac, and you push him forward as the blow kind of sends you staggering like forward.
Can I take this as a roleplay moment?
Yeah.
I'll
You can take
block
anything
it.
as a roleplay moment.
I'll block it and I'll put my hand on the back of. No, I won't hold my shield. I'll just look at Cormac. Well, let's go.
And they keep hobbling
It's like
forward.
Marv from Home Alone 2 when he's getting shocked.
Cormac's just straight up a space marine. He's,
Jeez.
Holy fucking shit! says Aemon.
I'll kind of, honestly, maybe a little laugh. Yeah, my arm's kind of numb.
Aemon actually stops to take a swing at the creature, and so it's going to be like one movement behind you.
Yeah.
So you like brace shield and keep running, and then following it up, you see Aemon pulls out this weighty mace with spikes on it, and slams it into the creature. as it's recovering from its deflected blow. I believe the mace is a D6.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, no, Mace is a D8.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Cool.
My bad.
I'm gonna roll my new die
Hey.
for the locals. I got that from the GameKeep.
Yo.
7, 8.
This mace, you see it sort of reflected very briefly, but it's almost in the you know how things seem to move faster when it's dark out because
Yeah.
you can't see every second, and you're you know the signals between your eyes and your brain can only pick up so much, and so it's just filling in the gaps, so it seems like things jump. In the flickers of flame, it almost seems like it jumped across the face, and you see a splatter and a clatter as some of its teeth and the bottom of its jaw smash into the tree a few feet away, and its body falls into the undergrowth. I almost said it into the depths, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Into the depths.
We are in the depths.
It
Into
just
the depths
sinks
of the
down,
undergrowth.
melts.
And then
It just gets
Aomen
absorbed.
kind of keeps running with that swing. So he's a bit behind you and
Yeah.
Cormac now, but still keeping up.
Yeah.
You move forward.
Yep.
Bridget move forward. Back to you. You take this gem and you turn it, like holding on to it. You're pointing it straight at it.
Straight
correct?
at it.
Okay. As soon as you like turn it, your feet start to pick up away from the tree and it's starting to pull you. So I need a strength saved, assuming you want to hold on to the tree and not fly through the air sideways. And then
Ooh, with the options.
Are you would
Which
would
is
their
this-
direction be the direction we want to go?
Can
the-
I?
The
Do I
creature
notice
is
what
roughly in the
direction?
direction you want to go. In terms of like the wave of direction you want to be, you think the road was going, it is in that direction because the creature's just a bit ahead of you.
I'm gonna let go.
Okay.
Oh.
So you let go, and you fly through the air, and as it also like it takes like it was like 2 trees away, maybe like less than 15 feet.
Speed run.
Okay. So it almost seemed like it didn't affect it at first until you let go and move just a little bit closer, and then suddenly it is flung out of the tree and flies through. And both of you are flying through it. So
What weapon do you have by chance?
I have a sword and a dagger.
Imagine just
You
you're
move-
flying towards it, just you point the sword out, just
drawing.
I may have failed as a merchant, but I won't fail to kill you.
oh my god.
I'm selling the experience.
I'm just holding on. Just come here, you son of a bitch.
I'm trying. This brings up such a specific image, and I can't for the life of me put a finger on it. I don't know why.
Arwell Candlewick will become legend.
Candlewick blowing in the wind.
This wick can't be blown out.
You fly through the air, and it's moving away from you at the same time, so you're not getting any closer. You're just both flying through the air. You move the equivalent of 2 movements in the air.
Damn.
Because of how dense the tree limbs and everything, both you and the creature, I rolled for both of you separately, take 2 damage. How is your armor?
My armor's too.
So you don't
Hey.
take any. Creature, I won't tell you what it is.
Oh, I like it. I like this.
Okay.
Moment.
So,
Yeah.
the gem it's not quite as visible because you're not in a dark cave.
Yeah.
It is a little some light, so everyone else can kind of see
like a
glimpses, but it's
shooting
not as
star.
bright as the torch. However, you have also left your torch behind.
Yeah.
Behind you, it
Right.
peters out into darkness, into the damp undergrowth.
Oh no.
So now you only have this gem chasing a shadow through the air. You can see the torches, but they are just far enough away they can't quite give you enough light in your position. One movement they could. Okay? Is everybody fairly clear?
Yep.
Group running. 1 live behind, 1 dead. Running. No cudgel. Flying. And the creature that's also flying at the equidistant from you until they hit something.
Creating
which I'm
safety.
going to roll for this round.
I was gonna say, am I able to see Arwell
You are
now?
the furthest away.
Yeah.
You barely can catch a glimpse. You can tell
Okay.
that Arwell seems to be airborne, but not like what that means.
I just see him flying. I'm like, oh. Let's see how
What's up,
Fortune
Klepto? Welcome to the stream.
He's a
wizard.
Ayo.
We got a fortune
We've been
teller
well.
and a flying person. What the hell?
Help me.
We're running a one-shot of Cairn, which is a rules-light system. We're having a blast so far in our deep, creepy spooktacular. Hope you've been well. So, what would you like to do this round?
Jeez. Yeah, at this point, I'm pretty far from people and starting to get a little.
Now, just to, and this is just me doing the thing that you're supposed to do with
Yes.
Cairn, which is provide as much information as possible. I can tell I'm not
Yes.
in my light. Come forward, find the light.
Find the
on
light.
stage. To successfully escape an encounter, if it is that you just want to run. Now, they were right on top of you, so we played these out. But if you want to run, it's got to be a successful dex save.
Yes.
You've killed one of them. That may contribute to it. Who's to say? So just be that aware. If there's something else you want to do, you have to let me know. So
Am I able to see anything? Since I am the farthest ahead, am I able to see anything different in the path, like in the vision ahead?
yes,
Oh, what do I see? What is different?
the ground continues to dip lower.
Okay.
So you sort of went down the road. Like you can imagine, there's a valley. So there's this basin of however large the thicket is. Unsure. It's not like people have
Right.
explored it. And you kind of leveled out for a while. Was just uneven. Up ahead, it's about to dip down further into
Okay.
another.
And I wouldn't
Depth.
know. I wouldn't know that this is like kind of the way that we're looking for at all. Okay.
There, you have not seen any semblance of the road since you guys sort of spread out.
Okay.
But it has not. The stuff has not thickened back up at all.
Okay. Then starting to feel a little bit guilty for leaving all of them behind. I am going to continue to move. So use my 40 feet to go ahead.
Okay. One more move will put you about to where it starts to dip down.
Okay. And pull out my whistle because I have a whistle.
Thank you.
And just try to essentially at this point get all of their attention, whether that includes these primate-like creatures or not, doesn't matter. But just going to blow the whistle as loud as I can.
Okay.
Or maybe not as loud as I can, but enough to where it would all of them would be able to hear her.
Okay.
Would that count as an action or no? If it is, that's okay.
What else are you trying to do?
Escape? Retreat?
If you wanted to blow the whistle while you're running, that's fine. Go ahead and make me a dex save. And
Okay.
say that, assuming there is a safe place to run to.
Yeah,
you'll
right.
Make it there.
Fails, chokes on the whistle.
I swear, if you put that curse on me, Ricky Bobby.
He didn't give you the doomed scar.
I know.
You failed to your first dex save, and then also your next one.
Yeah.
As
And-
well
If it is,
as the-
if it is just based
Because
on my
I-
dex score alone, then I pass.
Okay. I didn't ask for the result yet, but thank you very much. What are you guys doing with your turn?
I'm sorry.
Looking back to see how far away Aomen is, can I see
Arwell.
Arwa and
You can
this
see
shadow
more clearly
creature
than Yosin is.
just careening through the air?
Yes, again, it's hard to tell why they're doing that, but yes, you see them
Right.
in the air about one movement distance away.
They look like they're going to get to me pretty quick.
They are still like not like in line with you.
Traveling parallel.
They've actually caught up. Like they are next to you, one movement away, like to your east, because they're traveling so fast. They've caught up with you.
I would like to leave Carmack on his own to keep running,
Oh, poor Carmack.
and I'm going to move to be in the path of the shadow creature.
I'm just trying to give everybody great deals on cars.
Karma. Oh my god.
Cormac, sorry. I write sloppy. When I get there, there's still
poor Mac.
Poor
sorry. There's trees and various things around me, right?
Yeah.
I want to jam my torch into one,
Okay.
grab my sword, and if possible, if this creature is just careening through the air, would that allow me an enhanced attack against it as it comes to me and just take a heavy swing?
Ooh.
So, if you're both traveling in this direction, they caught up to you,
Right.
but they are moving faster. So the way
Right.
we're going to resolve this is kind of the way you resolve order. If it ever comes up, what happens first is through a dex save.
Yeah.
So you're going to make a dex save for me.
To see if I can get there in time.
Get there in time.
Okay.
Because what you said,
Otherwise, they're moving too fast and they blow past you.
Because the way you said, I'm going away from Grin, and this is coming towards him, the creature.
Half trip on some moss and don't make it.
Ugh.
16.
You stumble and they whiz past you. So I'm thinking of it. So there's like
Shit!
3 prongs.
They just go flying past.
Yilson is up ahead, like where it dips down. You and the other group were parallel heading in this direction. Or, yeah. So he tried to run to get to you, but you guys moved too fast. Because this turn you continue shooting forward. What would you like to do?
I'm going to try and land myself.
Okay.
Because I just need to land.
Before you do that,
I need to land myself.
I am actually going to bring out the random roll. This is a luck roll in the Cairn system. When I need an element of random, which is just that if you or it hit something hard enough to stop you, right? Because right now you're just
That's what I'm
crashing
wa-
through branches and like
Yeah.
basically like whizzing off through the air. But this is like if it's a sturdy tree, you're not going to go through it, right?
Yeah.
Or you're going So let's see what happens here, and
Looney
then
Tunes
that can
style.
inform what happens next. So I believe that it's a 4 through 6 is considered favorable, in which case whatever you want to happen will happen, and 1 through 3 is.
I also believe that's
unfavorable.
accurate.
I just
We're gonna
love
go.
the
It's 50-50,
image.
so.
as
I'm
you're
gonna roll for the
holding
creature
gem.
first.
Of the image of you holding the gem and you're just
Okay.
slowly tilting it down and
I'm
trying to
just
land like a
trying.
plane. It's like all right,
Turbulence, I'm, like,
tilt,
shaking.
Tilt.
You're continuing to slam through branches, and things are shattering off in the distance, and it's dark now too. So you're getting disoriented, seeing their torches, but barely being able to see around you, let alone the creature. You want to try to turn it down towards the ground.
Not like straight down, but kind of like twisting
Guide
enough to
yourself
guide
down.
myself down.
Yeah, okay.
Even if it's a hard landing.
Yes.
Oh my god.
So somehow you guys did not hit any stone, like large, like these like stones or trees as you were traveling through the air. The Ren Fair is awesome. I hope you had fun.
Ooh, fuck yeah.
And you do successfully guide yourself, and you kind of like dig your heels in, and you're like running, to stop your momentum,
I thought Candlewood was about to do a
And
wax
you
melt.
see the creature crash it somewhere up ahead of you, but you lose sight of it immediately as it hits the ground, because it seems to like hit the ground and then just kind of like scramble somewhere into the darkness.
Oh, that is
No
so
torch,
cool.
you can't see.
Do I see the torches in front of me at all, or their torches?
You can
in
see
any
their
way?
torches, so you know where they are, but it's not illuminating like where you are.
So I do know where they're at.
Yes, you know where they are.
Okay. I now that I feel like I have a grip.
And you
on-
did run up towards them, so saying you did one movement over, did
Yeah,
I'll give-
because I failed that dex check. Is my action gone?
yes. So you
Okay.
can see that Greenwit is like just behind you with their torch now.
Would I be able to grab? Would I be able to grab him and turn it? Would that be too many actions?
To grab, he's not
grab-
close enough to grab.
Okay, he's not close.
I
enough
didn't
He's
to
make
like
me.
a movement. He's like a movement.
But I do
behind
know
him.
he's there.
Yes, because you can see his torch is like starting to get closer to you.
He put his torch in the tree.
Oh yeah, no kidding. You don't.
Well, if I didn't make it, I
You
still
saw
have my
him.
torch.
I saw him.
Take a swing at the
Well, you
creature
still
as
ran
you blew
away
past
from
him.
the torch, though.
Yeah,
I took it with me.
Oh.
I took my torch with me because I
Yeah.
knew I needed to see when I got there.
Right.
But
Okay.
once I got there, I was going to drop
Okay.
it into a tree.
Oh, okay.
All right,
But I
fair
didn't make it
enough.
there
Yes.
in time, so it's still in my hand.
All right.
So I am going to turn it upside down so it's not active. And
It's in a tree. You put it there to take your swing.
yeah.
But you
But
will
it
have
is
to
right
grab
where
it
next
again.
to you.
Okay.
So I am going to turn it so it's not active, and I'm going to run towards him, yelling, "Grab your torch!"
Okay, so just take like another. So one action to get yourself down, stop, and then
Yes.
start backpedaling. You're
Yes.
like, grab your shit.
Yeah, because I'm going to either grab him or have him grab me.
Okay.
Just imagine. It's like a bear hug.
And
We're
as
about
you're,
to
like,
rocketeer this
yelling,
shit.
grab your torch above all of you. You hear a piercing whistle over, and you can just barely make out a torch through the darkness where you are. Probably easily 2 moves away from you guys. Yeah. So, let's just surmise where we are.
Yep.
You are at the edge of this sort of
Leveled area.
decline into a deeper level of the thicket. Aomen has a torch and is with Cormac. They're about to reach the same place. You all are about 2 to 3, as the crow flies, movements away from them. One creature just disappeared into the darkness ahead of you. And then there was another creature that you guys left behind. What would you like to do?
At the very edge, just going to put the torch down low, like stick it into the ground if it's soft enough to stick in there.
For sure.
Keeping the shield out and pull off the axe from hip, and just be on the lookout for anything coming towards her, or coming towards this position in general. So
Okay.
is there like a hold action?
We can do a hold action
Cool.
if you'd like. Yeah.
So if it comes anywhere near,
So
just be
yeah,
ready.
you're kind of doing that. So basically, we'll just say it's like kind of moving your order in the turn. You
Cool.
can just do something.
Love it.
I'm going to grab my torch out of the tree and then run and grab this one.
Did you forget his name again?
Arwell.
Yeah.
So they
Your good friend
They
and
ran
companion.
back towards you, so you guys are pretty close now.
Yeah. On my way to him, do I see the creature?
You can hear it. You've got the torch, so you know it's
Yeah.
probably going to get to you this turn, and it seems like it's coming towards you again.
We got to go.
Put your shield in front of you. Put your shield in front of you.
I had to put my shield in front of me.
I'm going to orient the rune to propel us towards.
I love
I'm
this.
gonna-
Towards their light.
I'm going to go right towards their light with his shield in
Okay.
front of us.
Yes.
As he says okay and puts his shield up and you turn the gem, this creature comes flying out to take a swing, and all 3 of you start flying through the air.
Can I yell out, "We're bringing friends"?
Just
Hey, better.
swing.
Nice. The Ohio State Ren Fair. I was going to say, I thought the one here had already ended.
Oh yeah, that was back in
That was a
May.
long time ago.
But I bet that was fun. You got some,
Yeah.
they got some soap, candles, new quill, and ink at the Ren Fair.
Ooh.
We got a character over here Kelby's playing named Candle Wick. Brandon's character, Grinwit, did have soap. But they left it in a cave.
He did drop
I
this
did.
up.
Because the very
Yep.
first thing you did was fuck this soap.
Yeah.
And drop it.
Don't need
Don't
it.
need no soap.
First
We
thing
haven't
we did was drop the
encountered
soap.
quill ink yet.
What?
We haven't encountered any quill ink yet.
Yeah, and Matthew got his cat ears from the Ren Fair.
I did.
Fancy.
I'm not. I've been to Ohio though. I lived there for 4 years. Oh, really? I'm going to roll a luck roll. This will count for all 3 of you. Because I can imagine, you're running back to him. You're like, put your shield up. Just as you get it, there's this, shadow leaping out from the darkness between the trees, coming to, smash you, and then all of you zipped away.
Put the shield up!
Oh my gosh. This is fucking amazing.
Okay. You don't run into anything
Oh my
terrible.
god.
Thank
All
God.
3 of you fly through the air at their location, and if you will allow me, you see them barreling towards you through the air. So you're close to the ground, you didn't send it up or anything. So your feet are hitting stones and things up in the air. The creature's tumbling around because it's a bit longer, and it's just trying to fight its way out of this force.
Oh my gosh. Uh-huh.
You see Aomen and Cormac running towards you, and then you see them flying next to you, both converging on your location. What would you like to do with that held action?
Is it just Aomen and Cormac, and not a creature?
You do not see the other creature.
Do not see another creature. The creature that is barreling through the air is first and
Low
foremost, though.
in the air, for sure.
Yeah.
They're all kind of clumped together.
Okay.
Get your golf
If-
club.
I'm going to try and literally just out of the air swing my axe
Okay.
into the creature.
Go for it.
He's gonna bunt it.
Just hold it right at the angle.
Is this
and-
attack enhanced?
Yes, enhanced perchance because they are flying through the air very fast, 80 feet
I don't
per
know. Would that
10
make
seconds.
it easier or harder?
Ooh,
yeah,
that's a
it's
good question.
enhanced.
Okay, so
it's
a D-
enhanced.
So what that means, friends, is it's a D12 of damage.
Nice.
Okay, which one's D? There it is. Fingers crossed, and 8.
Nice. Big damage.
Yeah. So it literally just front foot up as I'm getting ready for it, and right before the moment of impact, putting that foot down and putting all her body's force into that swing.
Put your back into it and those lovely biceps. As Aomen's like
Running with Cormac.
what? You have an axe?
Yep.
Your axe slams into the space between their neck and their shoulder as they slam into you and Aomen and Cormac.
Yep.
And all 5 of you shoot out because you were right next to the decline where the ground dropped away. Shoot out over top this empty open air. What do you do?
We don't see a bottom.
Shit?
We don't see
No,
a bottom.
you do see a bottom.
Okay.
It continues downward. It's a steeper drop than it was at the beginning of the thicket.
Now that I'm a professional pilot, I'm going to angle it slowly down.
Bye, Calypso. Have a good night.
I'm angling it slowly down.
Slowly down.
Yes.
But you're moving incredibly quickly.
Yep.
So there's
Yeah.
just all these figures flying through the air,
Oh my God.
and then they
How's
shoot
Bridget doing?
down to the ground.
Is Bridget?
You all slam into the ground, tumbling,
yeah.
sliding over this very slick, muddy surface.
Oh my God. Like,
Tumbling over each other, over and over.
Ass over tea kettle.
Noise returns.
Until finally coming to a stop as you resolve it. Covered, mud,
I ate so much mud.
blood,
I ate so much blood.
grime, vines. There's scratches across your face and any part of skin that was your clothes are in tatters from all of the like bark and stone that you powered through. And on top of you is the dead body of one of these shadow beasts, just pouring blood onto your chest.
Toss it off. Rip the axe out. What the
Look around.
fuck was that?
Bridget.
Bridget!
Bridget.
You guys call out.
Shit, I just realized I lost my torch. Damn it.
You begin to take stock of your surroundings. The ground is wet. It's quiet, but creatures have begun to make noise again. The trees are even more spread out than they were before, but they've grown thicker, their bases wider. Just ahead of you, Aomen still got hold of their torch. They had to relight it. You think you see a stone path beginning in the middle of nowhere. But Bridget does not reply. And that's where we're going to take our break.
Kelby, what the hell, man? No, that was badass. Oh my gosh.
We will be back in about 15 minutes.
Literally
it is
saved everybody's life,
8:16, so
probably.
we'll call it 8:30 to 8:32. We are Grimm's Dungeon. We have our special guest, Kelby, who's sending us, giving us, let's say, flying performance tonight. I don't mean
Soaring.
anything. Brandon, Morgan, I'm Matthew Robinson. We're running Cairn, the tabletop role-playing game. Rules light, super fun, super fly.
Superfly.
Don't
Superfly.
change your spiritual mixer dials. We'll be right back with more Traversing the Thicket.
We'll be back.
Hi. Grim here, just wanting to say thank you. While we're all sitting on the porcelain thrones, stacked up neatly one on top of the other because we don't have enough time to all go to the bathroom separately, I just wanted to say thank you so much for tuning in to Grim's Dungeon. We all thought this was just some silly dream. I never thought that I'd end up doing something like this until I started doing it. And I think the same can be said for everyone here on the production staff and the players. We want to thank you so much for allowing us, for giving us the opportunity to entertain you with our stories, with our role play, with our game. Because without you, there's no reason for us to do this. You are the reason why this show is made possible. And it's worth it for us to dedicate our time and energy to do so. So thank you again from the bottom of all of our hearts for watching us and submitting suggestions and playing along. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, while we're waiting for us to get back to the game, I wanted to basically tell you guys if you're interested on how best to support the show. Now, I know what you're doing. You're already breaking out the wallet. You're already ready to give old Uncle Grim a bunch of your money now. Before you do that, there's something much better you could do, and that is going to our socials and following us on everything and retweeting and liking and subscribing to every piece of content that we produce. This is really what will give us what we call data economy, a level of data that will point our content to other people who love tabletop role-playing games and role-playing games, etc. Twitch isn't the best way to grow an audience. It's actually probably the worst way. The best way is through other platforms. So the best thing you can do for us is go to our YouTube, go to our Twitter, go everywhere, like, subscribe, follow, share, retweet, whatever. And another thing you can do, which will be super awesome, more so for you than even for us, is join our community Discord, also located below in our Twitch About section. Our community Discord is like I said, a community of like-minded players, game masters, and role-play enthusiasts. You can get together, find people to play games, set up games, play games in the Discord, watch the stream live, see highlights, clips, updates, interact with our players and other game masters that'll be throughout this campaign session playing the game. You can talk to them, ask questions. As we get subscribers and go through affiliacy to subscribers, you're going to be able to have your own subscriber channel there where you can talk directly, and the players can create threads and the GMs can create threads about what you guys want to see. All this is possible in our Grim's Dungeon community Discord. So please take the time, join up. Say hello, say hi to our players, say hi to everybody. I'm sure, at least for now, until we grow too big, our players will most likely say hi to you. Please come and say hello and join in on the discussion. Find some games, play with people who are like-minded, who love the show. It'll be awesome for you and awesome for us. So how long has that been? How long did I... Okay, about 3 minutes. Well, we have 12 more minutes left in our break. Now, can I trust you guys to stay here without me playing Subway Surfer or Clash of Clans or Temple Run on my phone to keep you guys focused? You can wait 12 minutes while we go pee, right? Right? Okay, fantastic. Well, I'll see you in 12 minutes. Until then, my name's Grim, and again, thank you so much for watching. Take care.
Welcome back.
Giant lobsters, huh?
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Crazy.
Were we recording during that?
What?
What?
Huh?
What?
What now?
I don't think I turned it on. Oh, we
Oh,
missed
no.
the giant lobster combat.
Damn. Come on.
God.
Get this shit together. Oh gosh, get my shit together.
Welcome
I
back.
forgot my cloak. Oh.
It's Grimm's Dungeon. This is our spooky Cairn one-shot where we play Cairn, the TTRPG, gritty, dark fantasy. Very serious characters,
Very serious.
and we take everything incredibly seriously. I'm your warden. Welcome back. I hope you are having a great time. Shout out if you're out there.
Woo.
Morgan just got fired.
Sorry guys, no more shorts.
Did you send your resume in?
More like, ooh, won't
Okay.
be working
Today.
here anymore.
Damn it. And that was a good one too. Why do you have to be so good? No.
Last we left off,
Jeez.
our 3 adventurers, hardened adventurers, were traveling through the thicket, a notorious stretch of the road leading towards the town they've been traveling for 3 months to get to.
Hey, now you can see us.
They lost one member of their remaining party as they woke up in the cave, the hive of these sort of arachnid creatures. Then they descended into the thicket. And they were assaulted by these sort of shadow creatures barreling through the treetops. They all seemingly have survived, killing 2 of them and escaping the rest. But they're missing one person, Bridget. It is currently Hallows Eve. They have to, based on stories, superstitions, known magics of this world. They must make it to the town before midnight. Only they will say whether they can. As you guys pick yourself up after plummeting down this decline, you went down, not up. This decline, the ground around you is soft, strewn with rocks. The forest and the foliage and everything is less thick here. But the trees themselves are like wide and stout. Up ahead, as noted before, you see the road. Sort of dirt, stone, gravel. With you, Aomen, Cormac, the dead body of one of these shadow creatures, and no Bridget.
When was the last time Bridget was seen by the party?
When you guys were sprinting forward, you guys did see her sprinting away. I believe I described that somewhere in the middle of it. She was just barreling forward, and then that was the last you saw of her.
Okay.
She was ahead, wasn't she?
Yeah, probably
It was
around round
between-
2 or 3, yeah.
Yeah, between the 2 groups.
Yeah.
Well, the group and
Yeah.
Gilson.
Yeah, when their group was sort of converged and was like halted momentarily, and you made it way over there,
Right.
somewhere around that period, you lost sight of her.
Okay.
You know that there was at least one other shadow creature still alive, but you didn't have anything else to infer other than that.
And that whistle was pretty loud.
Yeah.
And we weren't exactly quiet either.
Orwell's gonna be picking himself up and be like, I told you that rune was going to be good. We went faster than a flash sale.
Yes, I'm sorry. What was that? What?
It's magic rune. It's got to be worth a lot of money. But it,
A rune on the gem.
Yeah.
A massive gem
Yeah.
that you just have.
Yep.
Not so much have. It was found a couple hours ago,
Have. It's ours now.
holding us to a ceiling.
Right. Okay. Well. That aside, Bridget is gone.
Yeah.
We don't have much time. I'm assuming, I don't know how much time has passed. But we need to continue on. As much as I wish we could go and look for her, we don't have the time and she may already be gone. The time to mourn is later. The time to move is now.
Says the person who only joined your party like an hour ago.
It's easy for you to say you didn't know her.
I'm aware. However,
she was a weird fuck, but I liked her.
We're all weird. And fucks.
Does anybody need,
You know what? You're right.
Does anybody need just a minute to gather themselves?
I'm
My
fine.
back kind of hurts. But I'm old. No, I don't.
What about you, Aomen?
I am Aomen.
Sorry, I differentiate.
I know we just met. It's alright. That's Cormac.
Cormac,
He's just lying on the ground like starfish, facing straight up.
do you need anything?
I could use a good meal and a night's rest and
Well,
not to be here and my mom's embrace.
I believe we can fix one of those.
Mom?
Not that one. The
Mom.
food. The food. Do you have food yourself?
No,
Do any of you have food?
I don't got nothing. He doesn't have a backpack. He's like literally
yeah.
has clothes.
No. How many of you have food?
Yeah, I've got stuff.
I've got enough
ration.
for myself.
Yeah.
I'm willing to
If
share.
we all give up a fifth or a fourth,
And do we have the time?
not really, but also I'm not too keen on. What if she's out there clinging to life, crawling towards us, and we just leave?
That's an image that you'll have to live with because we need.
Because you'll still be alive to live with it.
Thank you.
He pulls out, Aomen pulls out their food and just hands it to Cormac. He says, eat and walk. Looks like we found the road.
He's right. We need to keep moving. Can you eat, walk, and eat?
Cormac stands up, puts one hand on their head and the other on their stomach.
I don't think that. Almost there.
I don't know. I'll try though. And he
all
starts
we
walking and
All we can ask for. Anyway.
he starts limping, eating.
Okay.
It is difficult to tell what time it is. Thankfully, those escapades do happen very quickly.
Right.
You estimate maybe 2 to 3 hours
Before we move on,
before midnight.
is there enough lying around objects, loose rocks, tree limbs I could make an arrow out of, like an arrow to point with?
Oh, like a direction? Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm gonna do that. Make it very obvious to someone walking through the direction we're gonna go.
Okay. Yep. So you're kind of going around rummaging. You grab some like stones and you build a cairn to point the way, stacking
that's what that's
stones on
called?
top of each other. Yeah. Those little stacking stones on top of each other, building those shapes. They're called cairns.
Fun fact, you're actually not supposed to do that in nature.
Good
Do you
talk.
punch him in the face? Or? I'm in game.
I really want to. But I think their strength is way higher than mine.
They
don't know, hold-
lovely biceps.
Lovely.
If you were a man,
I'll make a Cairn. Point direction we're gonna go.
To kind of indicate what's happening. You stack the last stone on top. Aomen has a torch still. You lost yours. You held yours. It went out. You can relight it.
Lost
Yep.
mine.
Lost yours. So you're down to 2 torches.
Doing great.
It's a great time.
Are we following the road? What's the path? What's happening?
On the road.
Yeah,
Say
and
fall on the road.
Yilson now without a torch is going to allow somebody else to take lead, but be second.
Because we said we had 2.
Yeah.
So I would imagine front and back, maybe front and middle.
Yeah.
As you step foot onto the road, the first person who places their foot upon it immediately notice just up ahead in the path, scattered across the road, bones. Stripped clean, bleached, broken, some, not all, bones. You do
One-
not see or hear any other dangers.
Are we able to tell if it's human or animal?
If you got closer to it, you could probably surprise.
I'd say probably step closer and try and investigate it.
Sure. Arwell steps closer up to it. It seems to act. It doesn't seem to be like a full skeleton. It's possibly from different creatures.
I'll let them look at that. I'm checking the surrounding area.
As you start to do like a little lap off the road into the thicket, 15 feet,
Yeah.
well within sight and light. As you start to circle up to get sort of ahead of the group, the air plummets in temperature. And as you take a few more steps to sort of finish fanning out, it gets even colder to the point that as you reach the point of your little circle, you almost feel your I don't know if you had. I don't think
The
you had a
sweat
beard.
I once had.
Yeah, the sweat you once had, crystallizing on your face, starting to burn your skin.
Finish the circle, but head away. And then once I feel good about that, I'll go back to the group. Well, I hope you found something interesting, because I also did.
And what trait did your character have as their voice?
I don't know what this means, so I'm not smart enough.
What is it?
Droning?
Yeah.
Jordan's like,
Yeah.
and just
It's
going
kind of
on.
very monotone and continuous, so you pretty much nailed it.
Okay. Up ahead, something's going on with the temperature of the air. And I'll probably pull some of the little bit of ice still left on my cheek
Mm-hmm.
and hold it out. The sweat on my face was freezing instantly.
On the road.
Wasn't there something in the poem about cold or heat?
Mm-hmm. A chilly night devoid of warmth. That was the first line.
Yeah.
Right.
If that's the first line, we've already encountered the silence. Is
It's
it
possible it's not in
backwards?
order.
It's also order.
A chilly night devoid of warmth. Actually, it's not me saying this. It's Cormac. A chilly night devoid of warmth, swimming with an unearthly force. A murder cause, a cricket chirps, ricket, ricket. In the naked trees, perhaps a shadow lurks. Snap, brambles beneath your feet. Crack, spark from your torch's heat. Silent is the horror.
We've already passed that part.
Hopefully.
Or it just means whatever's going to be ahead of us is incredibly quiet.
The cold that he had felt, was that just when he left the path, or?
It was still present as he crossed the path. It was just...
So when he was even on the road, he still felt it?
Mhm.
It's just
Okay.
up ahead.
Okay. Just want to make sure that
Yep.
whether the path was safe or not.
Mhm. As you're investigating the bones more, you do surmise that it is from different creatures. So there's animal, person, other.
Do they seem situated in like a type of way, like purposely?
They look like they may have been once.
Okay.
Well,
What are you doing with them?
Is there any way for me to decipher that? If I wanted to go further, like what that could have been in any way?
Tell me what you're doing with the bones.
I think I'm going to try to put them into an order, like see if there's like a type of shape that I'm trying
Sure.
to fix it back into.
You sort of see that a few look like they were deliberately placed, even though some of them were just kind of scattered over. So you're like trying to mimic a pattern or see if a pattern comes out of how many were in a certain pile or over here. As you begin to do this, go ahead and give me a will save.
Don't worry, it's not as scary as he makes it seem. At least I hope.
What is that?
What'd you get?
Is it a 1?
A 7. I have a 7.
Okay, now I see why you were so scared. Yeah, I didn't realize you had such low. Oh, okay.
You're going
We
through,
let you use the magical device?
and you're like lining one up into sort of a T shape. That's kind of what gave you the idea first, was seeing one very just like, it couldn't have just fallen there. Could it? No. And then you're seeing like these three perhaps were just knocked out of this shape, and moving, you just sort of go down line until it's not like letters, but there's just like these different shapes that you created. Like, I don't, not quite sure. So you go back in to adjust one of them, and you kind of like accidentally like bump it, like turn it way far, and you're like, God damn, that clumsy curse again.
Yeah, fiddlesticks.
But as you do that, you see frost just shoots across every single bone, sort of like encasing them onto the ground.
I move forward back to where I initially encountered the frost.
It's gone.
I don't know what you did, but it was right.
Thank you.
Are you sure that's a curse?
I mean, maybe I've gone away from it.
Oh, look, walking forward.
So, tell me exactly how you could progress past the bones and forward.
Who are the two with torches?
Eamon and Grenwick.
I'll
So
take
just like like from this point, like standing around this like symbol of bones going on.
Got it. Grin is the only one, or like the first one to start moving. Yilson is going to make her way up right behind / beside Grin.
We best continue. We only have a few hours.
Yeah.
I'm aware.
Walking around the bones,
Yeah.
not disturbing them.
Don't touch them.
Don't touch the bones. Bones bad.
You guys move forward for a couple minutes following the road. It's sort of winding, and you can see pretty far into the distance on those thickets because the trees are so spread out. They're like these squat, like hut-like, almost stump-like, but there's still branches coming out of the top of them. Kind of like those that are right there, but even shorter. That's the vibe.
Got it.
Good vibe check.
Good vibes.
Vibe check.
Not good vibes.
Well, yeah. It would be good if Christian were here because he can envision it when he can't. Poor guy. We miss you. He's not.
It's
much.
just a couple minutes, and you hear Cormac pipe up. Sacrifice. What does that mean? He's talking to Ailey. What the fuck are you talking about, Cormac? Oh, I didn't know. My letter's the best, but... Sacrifice? Is that how you say that word? The one back there? What word? The one they spelled out with the bones.
You spelled out a word. Do you know how to read? I'm sorry, I should have asked. Right. That was...
Yeah, I turned around and looked at the bones when we passed them.
And they said sacrifice.
Is that how you say it?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means typically you give something up to get something in return. And in cases such as where we are at,
A life
it's
is...
typically something costly.
In our case, it may have been a life. Or it could have been whatever those bones belong to.
Bridget.
Or,
You said it was animal.
says
Bridget.
a figure stepping from behind one of the trees,
I'm sorry, who?
it's one yet to come!
Axe. Maybe not axe ready, but holding.
Good
Who
evening.
goes there?
You
Yes,
see
there we
this
go.
tall, easily 6.5 feet, slender figure dressed in all black. And they've got jet black hair. Looks greasy, just like down to their shoulders. On the top of their face is a blank mask. 2 slits for eyes, 1 slit for a mouth. Just a flat, white porcelain mask. They lean against the tree, and you can see that they've got a sword and a dagger at their belt. It's not every night that I see people in the road here.
Especially nights like tonight.
Especially nights like tonight.
And you are?
Just a friendly face in the night.
Friendly to whom, might I ask?
What brings you all out here?
A very long journey on the road to the town.
Oh, going to the town. The town, I see. Don't like the town so much. I like the forest. I love the forest. I go there all the time. Except when it's dark. And it's always dark.
It is.
And why do you like the forest? Just because it's dark?
It's quiet, you know, and he gets really loud. It's just real quiet out here, and it's nice.
Also dangerous?
For some.
Not for him. Look at him. He can handle himself.
There we've got, and he kind of kicks himself off, and he's still, you know, like 40 feet of full move away, but he takes a few steps forward. Smart, you the leader of this group, this caravan of, and he's like eyeing each person. He stops at the back on, you at the back? Who's
Yeah,
at the back?
I'm in that.
People.
There was many
Blank
more.
face. I know I'm making faces. Yeah, he's just got a
Yeah.
mask.
There-
Trying to keep a
helps with the
straight
voice.
face
Our
while
roles-
What's up,
emoting.
Miss Midwolf? Thank
Heyo.
you.
Ew.
I got your message, thank you.
Lock eyes,
Any
just-
trouble with Excel?
Spit on the ground. Look back at him. It's like,
There was many more of us, but the forest and the road have claimed them.
Spits behind him, puts the mask back on. Oh, there were more of you. How'd they die?
Well, one was ripped in half by a man spider.
Cool.
Another was shredded by a shadow thing.
He's really got a way of telling stories that just keeps me enraptured. Sounds like you've got another one on the tip of your tongue. Huh?
I'm sorry, do you have a name?
Yeah. don't you?
Yes.
Did your mom give it to you?
I never asked, but would you mind sharing yours?
Yeah. Would you?
What is your name?
I'll be seeing you, I'm sure.
Odd name.
Forest is big, but it ain't that big. And he just turns around and starts to walk away.
Be safe.
He gives a little... As he disappears. No torch, no light source whatsoever. And exits
Watch
away.
out for the man spiders.
There is no reply.
I'll go look to where they were sitting, see if anything was dropped.
Anything
laid
left.
there, placed, left.
Orwell's taking his hand off his dagger.
You don't see anything.
Okay. Strange fellow.
Just, you do, I mean, you see like footprints, like a couple.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, very weird.
no,
Strange
no
fellow,
objects.
but seemed nice.
As far as the road is concerned, that seemed to be on par with what I've heard before.
They didn't kill us. I'd say that's pretty nice.
People live in this?
Well, did you see him? He was like 8 feet tall.
I don't know if I'd consider him people like us, by chance. He didn't seem...
Oh, look, the road. I start walking.
We got you there. You can tell I'm a different person because it's a little more deeper and gravelly. I'm Eamon. I'm not the other guy. Just to be clear.
Hey, oh man, stop talking to yourself.
Hey, yo, man. What's up?
Hey, yo, man. Is that Ammon to himself?
I never thought about it that way.
Just talking, having full on
Oh, I'm so fucking tired. Let's get out of this shit.
You are
thicket.
old.
And old.
You're like 40.
So old.
Orwell's gonna hear them like, oh, I'm old too.
I'm sorry, am I the youngest here?
No,
How old are you?
Don't ask him.
I'm not allowed to say.
How old are you?
We don't ask those kinds of questions.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say either.
52.
Sure, let's go with that then. My accent's changed multiple times this whole time.
Well, you've changed multiple characters. So
That's fair,
I
yeah.
get confused when
That's
I
fair.
kill them. So, moving forward down the path.
Yeah.
And what pace? What are you looking for? Watching for? You know, again, just
When he walked away, did we hear him walking away?
yeah, like light footsteps, not you know.
He wasn't floating.
So we're confident that he's away.
To make sure.
You do not see or hear him right now.
I like that.
Trust everything I say. If I say it, it means it's real.
Yeah.
You do
That
not
is
see
a-
or
I guess
hear
that's
him
true.
right now.
I guess that's
That
true.
is a damning non-answer.
I am.
Perception check. You don't get those. You just have to trust me.
They don't exist.
I've been honest about everything so far.
I'd say at least Ilson is traveling at a normal pace, not like quick, not too slow, just
You know what?
average.
Before
Oh.
he heads away from the area,
Oh.
Grim's gonna go back to where the guy was sitting.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna put down a gold coin.
Okay.
And then he'll go back to catch up with the group.
Okay. They pause. You get back. He's always telling us to push forward, and then he runs back and lollygags doing other shit.
Why do you walk so slow? And I just power walk past him.
It's very rude. But I kind of like him. Not in that
He's-
way.
Are you sure?
No. He walks faster.
Glad to see I'm in interesting company. I'd be bored.
What, you think he's interesting because he's gay?
It's not the only reason.
Cormac looks like he's trying to solve a really difficult puzzle as he comes forward.
There's the meme with the shapes.
All the math equations. Just power walking past him now.
You'll move forward. The scenery stays similar for a time. All cards on the table. You think you have maybe 2 to 3 hours. Aomen estimates that if you have 3, you're not delayed too much. You could make it. If you've already passed the point of needing 3, Hard to say. But based on what people know of the road, what you all know of the road, the thicket is one of the last stretches, if not the last stretch, before the town.
Right.
So you all see this, feel it. After months of traveling, this is like the last hurdle. Allegedly.
Do we want to risk it and move
For the
faster?
biscuit! Sorry, I'm losing myself.
As I said, interesting. Either way, do we want to risk it and move faster with the potential of people or things hearing us?
I feel like as long as this trip has been, that Arlo would just be like, I would see the thicket and give like a pump of adrenaline, like, oh, we're almost there. We're almost there.
We're
Almost
in the
cheering.
thicket.
Ah, well, we have been in the thicket for some time. Are you alright?
I haven't been all right for a long time.
Sorry, clarification. Are you less alright now than you were an hour ago?
Well, my head kind of hurts,
I
and
don't know. We could play cards, but we lost those.
Oh, Miss Bridget, do you think she's okay?
I hope she is.
Let's talk more in these voices.
I just need to get back.
I just want to sleep.
What are you trying to get back to?
I've got to settle something.
Oh.
you never told me about it,
Shut up.
bitch.
Are you willing to share more to pass the time quicker? It is. Well,
When I'm not walking this damned road, I spend my time breaking into places to acquire things for certain groups. Unfortunately, those groups don't like it when you take more than you said that was there, and then they find out. So now I've got to go see Crumwaller and pay him back.
you're a thief then.
I professionally reacquire things.
Can anyone acquire your services, perchance?
I do owe him a lot.
And no matter the job, you take it? Or do you have a code?
Don't steal from orphanages.
I'm sorry, what was that last word?
I'm not educated.
Can you read?
Orphanages, I think is what he's saying. I lived in orphanages.
I can read well enough.
Fair. I figure it's a fair question. I mean, he said he couldn't, he said he couldn't, but he could read
I
you could read a little.
bit.
Not a lick.
They taught me at the orphanages.
Orphanage.
That's what they kept telling me, but I don't think they were right.
Yes, of course.
I grew up at one.
Was it a good one, perchance?
They're never good.
And
Not the ones you've seen.
Cormac just kind of like nods and acquiesce. But I'm hoping that I can just kind of start fresh at the town, you know? It's all I really wanted.
How is your leg?
It's honestly kind of better. I think moving it has helped sort of break up the...
You know, there's a saying I heard.
Oh, yeah?
Motion is lotion.
That's what it feels like. We keep moving, it breaks up the bruising.
Yeah.
It's like all the blood is flowing back into where it's supposed to be, instead of my skins.
Yep.
I don't know much about medicine, but I'm not sure if that's how that works.
Well, if you don't know much about it, how's to say you do know what it is?
I got you there.
But he does have me.
Any
I'm
more than
sorry.
I do. Look, I know I came from orphanages. It sounds like the way I know it's supposed to be said like that is because fingers are phalanges, and it's spelled very similarly.
So do you know much about medicine? If you know what are they fingers or phalanges?
They're both. One's the scientific term.
Scientific.
Are you sure?
You sound just like the teacher at the orphanage, always correcting the way I pronunciated things.
Yes.
But I learned to talk from reading.
I thought you couldn't read.
No, they can read. The failed merchant can't read.
Right, you were the one that could read a little. You can't read at all. I'm sorry. It's been
Can
a...
read a little, but
I
a
can
lot.
count though.
Just hold up, like, 3 fingers. How many is this?
7.
That's probably why he's a failed merchant.
Is it not?
It's not 7, my friend.
22.
Much... No.
The road ends.
Oh.
It just ends. Abruptly into something.
Abruptly, up ahead of you, because you can see it before it reaches you. A clearing. The ground is sort of gives way to this gray ash. And kind of this like silt, ashy. At least that's what it looks like from here. There's still debris and rubble mixed in with it. But a small clearing. And as you can see getting closer to it, the trees once again begin to grow closer to each other. Thickening up, preventing you from seeing further ahead as you have been able to for a while. You think from this distance you can see the road begin again on the other side of this clearing. But you would need to get closer for me to confirm that, as nothing is hidden.
Once we get to the
eyesight
edge,
is limited.
I'll pass my torch off to Arwa.
Arwen. Amen.
Aomen.
So many names.
How do you say your name?
Arwell.
Oh, Arwell.
Arwell. Oh.
There's too many men.
Arwen?
Sons. We got Ilson.
He's just like.
Yes, those are the vowels. A-E-I-O-U.
I pass my torch off to Arwell.
Somebody with an A.
And I'll kneel down and just check out this ash real quick.
Okay. So you guys make your way close to the clearing. You can see the road on the other side of it sort of continues just a break in the trees moving forward. There's less of a distinguished like dirt road, so as much there's just a very distinguished path of not trees at this point. You dip your hand into it. It's kind of soft. It feels. You don't think it's ash, but it's got that sort of like silky, silty, like dry. It's dry, which the ground has not been behind you for a while.
I'll just reach my fingers into it, see if I can find like solid footing. Like, is it thick?
You dip your fingers into it.
Yeah.
Your hand. The rest of your arm. Pull it back out.
So, I know you said
This
straight
looks like
line.
a nice place for a nap.
I know you
No.
said straight line. However, at this point, I don't want to risk.
I'm gonna set my bag down and pull out some manacles.
Manacles. What are
For a little more
Hello?
just situation, the clearing itself is roughly circular. It's not like a perfect circle. Roughly circular. It's about 40 by 40, across. And
40
as
foot
said,
diameter.
the forest around the road, even if it has thickened again, there are more brambles, more thorns, and this sort of dense things. You think stepping into it, if you traveled more than 10, 15 feet, you may not be able to see back
Yeah.
at this point.
Gonna do a weight check and just. But I'm not going to throw them. I'm just going to keep one hand on them and extend the manacles out in and see if they just fall or if they eventually stop.
Okay. So you kind of toss and rest the manacles on, holding on to part of it.
Yeah.
They do not sink immediately, but they do rest like an inch or so into the surface.
And I'll very slowly pull it back to see if, as it makes movement and digs in, it just keeps going
A little
down.
bit, not significantly.
Put them away.
Nielsen
Close
is
the
going
bag.
to take out her bucket.
and is just going to start scooping.
Where's your 10-foot pole?
Sorry?
Oh, I miss her. I wish that spider creature hadn't have gotten her. Sorry,
The woman that got
I had a flashback.
cut in half, as he said? Or...
We were together.
It was more like their spine got severed, like, you know, if you took scissors to one of your phalanges, but the phalanges your neck.
Oh.
Winlin.
Cormac,
Yeah.
do you still remember that poem?
Mm-hmm. A chilly night devoid of warmth, swimming with an unearthly force. A murder calls, a cricket chirps, in the naked trees perhaps a shadow lurks. Snap brambles beneath your feet, crack a spark from your torch's heat. Silent is the horror, scratches, pockmarks I can't read.
Swimming. That was one of the things. Was it not?
Swimming with an unearthly force.
Is there a decent-sized rock somewhere around that I could pick up?
Sure. Head-sized.
Head size.
Nothing splatters out, but it, like, ripples.
Ooh.
And sinks.
Well,
I don't know. I'm not a good swimmer. I say we just walk around it. 1 minute in the brambles can't hurt.
Do you think you can walk around it and not get lost?
Sure.
if we stay on the edge, it's possible.
True.
And my axe can cut through some of it, the thicker parts. I'm willing to try it.
I'm
As I
willing to
said-
try it as well. If there's a lot of us that are carrying a lot of things, and it's going to weigh us down. Let's at least try to find a way around. So, if we fail, then at least we know we tried and we risk swimming.
Okay.
And I'll be
Well-
right behind her with the torch to light the path as she carves us a way through.
Chop, chop, chop.
Should we? Yeah, so you start chopping, and Aomen said, "Can I borrow one of your bladey things? I've only got this mace." Cormac's like, "I've got..." Oh wait, no, I don't have anything. I can't chop through nothing with this mace. But I'm gonna go around the other side, because I don't... The way, looking around you, it's so thick, like there's so many trees like bundled close to each other that you, even just starting, you can surmise that you're not going to be able to just cut.
Who's the other
any
torch
path.
bearer?
You're going to have to go
Yeah.
and like dive around things.
Yeah. Who's the other torchbearer?
Aomen.
Gotcha. Okay. So,
If one of us finds an easier path, then we'll call it out
yeah,
to the other.
I'll give you my torch.
Okay.
You go with her, and then I'll lead Aomen with my sword as the blade,
Okay.
so I can carve the path, and he's my light source.
All right.
Okay.
Cormac, you stick with us.
If it gets much easier,
Keep
I'll whistle.
that. I'm going to be quiet.
Okay,
Same-
so
same-
we'll say that Arwell and Yisman?
Yilson.
Yelsa.
Yilsa.
Yilsa.
Orville.
Had
Yes,
like
son.
left ways around the clearing, or like trying to, and then the other three are going right ways.
Yeah.
So we'll start with, let's start with the trio. So you start to sort of, and
Yep.
you can't cut through everything. You're like having to climb through.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like
yeah.
basically you're just making enough to like get
Get
your body
through.
through
Yeah.
between trees. And again, you might find a path where there's just like two thick trees in front of you, and you have to go around them.
Yeah.
Starting, it's a little easier. It gets tougher almost immediately, but you are finding a way to navigate slowly but surely. On the other side, you guys start, again, it starts out a little bit easier. It quickly gets harder. And then at one point, you sort of just come up, like almost couldn't see it, this like dark stone in front of you, and you're having to get around it. It's a little bit tough, but you are also continuing to find a way around. You're continuing to go. Just
Yep.
make it around. Again, it's like 40 feet across, so like you both basically made just like at least sort of around to where you're starting to head back.
Best case scenario, we just meet at the road again.
Yes.
Yeah.
As noted before, you can no longer see the other party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can, depending on as you like trying to always cut closer to the clearing, sometimes you can see into the clearing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or at least see it.
Yeah.
You guys go further. You
Yes.
get about halfway around. You all are actually having a little bit easier time, so you get slightly more than halfway when you hear a snap 10 feet away from you.
I'm sure that Ailman also turns and looks, so I'll turn look and turn as well. Shield ready.
You see some figure. What exactly, you're not sure.
Right.
Dodge behind a tree.
Hello?
Silence.
Please don't be here to eat us. We just want to get to the town.
That is when the wind picks up. And this is affecting everybody. You don't know where it's coming from. It seemed to come out of nowhere. You would think that the wind would be broken being in the thicket down in this basin, but from wherever it is coming, it is blowing with such a force that even the trees are swaying. And it happens like that.
Shit.
What do you two do?
It's just the wind.
Is it enough to kind of unsteady us and take us off our
Steady,
balance?
it's not mechanically, like
Yeah.
I'm not going to require any saves, but like it's all of a sudden and you don't know why it started.
And we've gotten to a point where is it impossible to keep going?
It's still possible to keep going. It's not getting any easier, but as far as right now, you can still see like, oh, I can step over
Okay.
this, I can get around this.
I think we need to keep going.
I agree.
It's just a little bit trying to pick up the pace, a little like chopping a little bit harder, swinging harder. If it chops into a tree, so be it.
Is this still on torchlight or is it?
You guys have a torch, right?
Well, I mean, because you said a wind.
Well, someone would have
Oh.
had to have given us a torch because
He did.
Okay, thank God.
I had a torch with you.
Yeah, you definitely are probably
God.
having to like baby it
Yeah.
and like guard
Okay.
it, but you're able to keep it up for now because again, you're still surrounded by trees, so you're
Yeah.
guarding it. But you guys continue to move forward from the other side. As soon as the wind starts. Well, it seems like you've hit a spit of trouble right here. I think I see a path over here. You just come towards my voice, it gets a little bit easier.
Is it a familiar voice?
You recognize it from the tall person that you encountered before.
Did you find my gift?
Heh, is that you?
It was.
Knew I liked you. If you want, I'll give you back 2 more.
I'll take a safe path to the town.
Yeah, come towards me. It'll get easier chopping through and you can get back to the road and on your merry way.
Oh, gosh.
I don't trust him. I don't trust anybody on this road. He seemed okay. What gift did you give him? And it's hard. You can still tell what they're speaking, but the wind is whipping away some words.
Yeah.
So, like,
I left him a coin.
that was nice of you.
I figure it's a good gesture to leave gifts to people.
That's a great gesture, though we need to keep moving.
You're right. I head towards the voice.
I like this.
We can't trust him.
Have fun.
What happened to that mercy? Damn. Frederick, is that you?
Cormac. Do you have it? You don't have nothing. He's like looking at his mace and the mess of like brambles. Ah, fuck. And he starts following you. And in just a moment, you like slash and you see him just kind of step behind another tree, like just ahead of you.
Like lead me away from the road?
He stepped kind of up towards the road, not directly back, but he's like, oh, you found me. Good job. I'm just, cowering from the wind as one does. If we keep heading this way, I think we'll be good. And he flits to another tree.
Is it in direction back towards the road? I'll follow him.
Okay. Back on the other side. Say you've finished maybe about 3/4 of the way around. Can't hear anything. Can't see anything. Continue.
As long as, I mean, nothing has changed.
Yeah,
in
as
the
long as
wind.
nothing. Yeah.
Is continuing to increase. And right as you're about to get towards the road, instead of just kind of like swirling, it changes directions and tries to push you towards the pit.
Oh.
We'll come back to that.
Okay.
On the other side, it is actually a little bit easier because now that you're further away from the edge of this pit, you're like maybe 20, 30 feet further out than you were before. You cannot see the road.
Yeah.
But judging about direction, he's like it's just like a wider curve now that he's taking you on. And Eomen's behind you with his hand on his mace and the torch held high, and Cormac is cuddled up close to him, like behind his back. And you just see him, you'll just see like a flash of the white mask. Let's come in, just a few more steps. Just a few more. Come on now. Let's go. And then you hear it right next to your ear. That's just about right. On the other side, I need to have 2 dex saves as this wind tries to push you up over the brambles, through the brambles, into the woods, into the pits of despair we go.
11. My dex is 14.
Nice.
And that's a 4 for me.
4. And what is your new dex with this new character?
16. Much better than the 10 from before.
So you both successfully brace yourselves and push yourselves back onto the road. And kind of fall in dead still air there. Nothing. It's like you exited a wind chamber. And you're just kind of stumbling and catching your stuff because you were engaging your core and everything to fight against the wind, and then it's just suddenly gone. On the other side.
Also, just to indicate that we succeeded, I'm going to blow the whistle.
Okay.
I want to see if he hears it.
Snaps him out of whatever.
If it is something like that.
Yeah. He may not hear it through the wind.
That's what I'm worried about. I don't like these rolling. Do you think they're faring well? It's taking a bit longer for them.
I'm sure they'll make it. And you can see he's kind of he's clutching his hands, noticeably sweaty.
I'm sure they're fine. There's 3 of them and only 2 of us, and we made it just fine.
He's going to kind of nod along and just kind of looking in that direction, hoping.
Barely audible above the wind. A whistle. Back towards the direction of the road. A whisper very close. That's just about right. And then Eomen calls out, "Ugh!" And you turn around, and sticking out of his ribcage is a knife.
From the mask guy?
Plunged deep in, twisted, pulled out, plunged in again. What do you do?
You didn't have to be a dick. And I attack him.
I would like to rage.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Dex save to go first.
Ooh.
My dex threshold is 13. I rolled a 6.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Roll your damage.
Big rolls, big rolls.
Let's see it, buddy boy. That's not what we want to see.
1 point of damage.
No, we were supposed to roll low on the first die, not the second one.
You clip this sort of billowing black clothes he has, scattering some of the fabric. Underneath, skin is pale, like they never see sunlight. Oh, I thought we were friends! And he disappears into the forest, seemingly able to move unencumbered by the terrain.
Is Amen still standing?
You turn. Cormac is holding, like, Aemon can't even fall properly because there's so much stuff. So he's just like kind of leaned, crumpled up against the side, like holding, but not holding anymore. His ribs. And Cormac is like trying to put his hands. The blood is pouring through his hands. He's like, Aemon, no, Aemon, Aemon, and he is not responding.
I shove the mace into Cormac's hands and say, let's go.
He like drops it because his hands are slippery with blood, and then he picks it up again. But we gotta take him with us.
He's gone.
He took me from the phalanges.
He's gone.
He's not. He's right here. He's right here. And this is the first point that you can see Cormac truly beginning to break down. What are you saying to him?
If we don't make it out of here, no one will remember him. Let's go.
But he was like a father figure to me. I don't think I can leave him. Don't make me leave him. Don't make me leave him, Grinwyn. I'm gonna need a will save for you to convince him.
No.
Success.
Don't make me leave him.
Did Aomen have anything he kept on him that was like from his family, like a ring, an amulet, something like that, a trinket?
Keepsake.
Keepsake.
He had a sort of a wrapping of like letters, you know, just a pile of them that he kept wrapped like in a little pouch. You weren't quite sure what they were necessarily, but you know that he took them out every now and then.
And taking stock situation, he's gone.
He's dead.
I'm gonna grab those.
I rolled very high and he failed his critical damage save.
I'm gonna grab those things.
Okay. Oh. What do you do with them?
I'm going to. Are they in their own satchel or pack? Or
It's
something?
just like a little pouch. They kind of stick out and they're all tied together so that they don't fall out individually.
I'm going to forcibly put it on Carmack so he has to carry it.
You like stuff it in like his shirt.
Yeah. And I'll pat it. We need to go.
Okay.
We can talk about this when we're not being chased by a creature of the forest.
He picks up the torch, still burning.
And the mace. I lead us out of here.
You chomp through. You do not hear the voice from call out again. You do not see or hear them. As you are finishing the whistle, breaking out from the side, you see... I keep trying to call you Arwell. You see Grinwyn, followed by Cormac, who is covered in blood and holding Aomen's mace. And you could hear Aomen's yell what it meant. Their regular voices, you could only
turn to
maybe hear.
Arwell and just be like, help him move quick. And I'll take lead and just get us out of here.
Following. What happened?
Later.
We can walk and talk. It doesn't stop us.
The pale masked figure found us. And I made a bad gamble again.
Amen then.
Yes.
Orwell's gonna look to Cormac and just, come on.
Oh, I'm fine. And he like pushes off your help and just limps forward as fast as he can by himself. Where are you looking?
Forward. Left, right, a bit. I mean, there's still the burglar mindset, so...
Yulson is gonna stay towards the back and keep an eye behind us.
Okay. The road continues. It stays just as dense as it has been on the sides.
Seeing as I have torchlight for somebody else, it's sword and shield.
Yeah, because I've still got with me.
Cormac's got the mace and the torch out. You guys travel forward. You reach an incline.
Hmm.
The road is starting to move upwards again.
Good sign, good sign. Do we have a good estimate on how much time has passed at this point? Or rather, how much time we think we'd have left?
If it was 2 to 3 before, it's 1 to 2 now.
Got it.
Are we having fun?
Yeah. Maybe not soon, though. Depending on what
Player,
you say next.
great time. Character, dire.
Characters, I'm having a shit day.
Poor Cormac, he's lost all his friends.
Just remember, I started with 12.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe he had more friends back at the orphanages.
Guys, and there's a sense of relief for sure seeing this incline.
Yeah.
We're going out now.
Mhm.
You know, it's some sort of like basin valley, like this is the thicket. This could be out. You start to trek upwards. Not even 10 minutes. Peaks. Starts to go down again. Up ahead. There is an opening. Like at the beginning of the thicket, when it felt like you were entering something. The density has increased of the foliage and the vegetation so much in
Contrast?
yeah, in contrast to even where you were, have just come from, that it feels like you're about to enter another thicket. But the road does not deviate and is clear.
The forest plays tricks. We thought we were close. More to go. We must continue.
I'm so
I'll go
tired.
first.
Are you sure?
I'll be up there with him.
I'm sure. You're planning to enter?
Yeah. Well, you've already said everything that's around.
2 minutes of D&D, that's all you need. Welcome to Grimm's Dungeon. We're about to enter the thicket within the thicket.
The thicket.
I'll go
Stick with
first.
Susies.
I'll get to the town for ailment.
And Bridget.
And Bridget.
And who was the third?
Winlin.
Winland.
And her as well.
And the other 6. You
There-
remember all their names, tell them to me now.
There were more of you.
Nope, no cheating, you can't use papers. Make up 6 names right now.
Bob, Rob, Tom, Larry, Jerry.
And their
Sue.
surnames.
Ah, there was one
They're
other
all
one.
Smiths. Very large family.
Smiths with a Y.
Twins.
They were all twins. 6 twins.
Damnedest thing.
Same
Interesting
mother.
family.
Yeah.
Same mother.
Oh.
The mum was the sister.
Oh.
And the father, we don't talk about him.
Good uncle.
Terrible man.
You
The
guys,
more you speak, the more intrigue I gain. I'm so curious.
walk and talk. And he heads forward into the...
I stay up with him.
He just becomes the only serious character.
I keeps up with him.
He's picking up the mannerisms.
He's getting there. Maybe he'll learn to read better.
It
Maybe you'll learn to read.
feels
Definitely.
in this tunnel, because it feels like a tunnel. It is natural. Walls, thorns, brambles, trees, vines. But it is unnaturally designed. It is almost a smooth, arcing tunnel leading forward. single file only until it branches off 4 directions. I held up 3. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that.
Do you know numbers?
I couldn't count it anyways.
I know I held up 3 fingers, but I meant 4 because he held up 4 fingers to get you all to stop. There are 4 openings.
Great.
I checked the notes.
Does it look like any of them are traveled at all? Like
Well worn in any way.
well worn, yeah.
Indistinguishable from each other.
Gonna go to the far left one, about 5 feet in, just to listen for a moment. Kind of covering one ear and just kind of cupping the other.
If you all investigate each one,
Mm-hmm.
there is no discernible difference holding a torch or going a few steps down one or the other. You can see that they do go, like, the ground travels up and down, around. They do twist in different directions from each other, but there is no markings, no symbol, no sound.
Cormac, the poem once more, if you wouldn't mind. One day I'll write it down, I promise, but you're just so good at reciting it.
A chilly night, devoid of warmth, swimming with an unearthly force. A murder calls, a cricket chirps, in the naked trees perhaps a shadow lurks. They were there.
They were.
If I go back there, I'm taking off the perhaps. Snap brambles beneath your feet, crack a spark from your torch's heat. Silent is the horror, pockmark slashes I can't read.
I love that part from you. And is the ground on each of the paths the exact same, like dirt?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Cormac's a few feet down one. He's like poking at the wall a bit. He's like, come here, look at this pretty flower.
I'll come down there.
As soon as you try to enter that path that he's in, you cannot.
What?
You can't.
You cannot.
Oh, I cannot.
Oh shit.
Oh, just come on. Your hand stops. This isn't a time for miming. Winlin was the entertainer.
I
She's
can't
dead.
pass.
What do you mean? He walks back out and you can immediately walk in.
Come towards me.
Okay. Ow! I don't know what. I always told we ought to walk head first. But I've got such a big head.
Oh well. Come down this one. Because she went down the far left one.
Nothing.
I'm gonna leave, and then I'm gonna put Cormac shoulder to shoulder with me, like left foot, right foot, and I'll see if we can both enter at the same time.
You entered, he does not.
No.
Looks like it's 4 paths for 4 individuals. I'd imagine if there was 12 of us, there'd be 12 paths.
Only 2 of us have torches. Would it be possible to, like, break off like
This was thing
a
like a-
stick from
yeah.
somewhere, or
Wrap it in cloth.
Yeah.
just
Yeah, can
grab
we
that.
fashion 2 cord torches? We'll
Yep,
make 2
they will not
torches?
last super long, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yep, you can definitely find stuff in gear and like fabric and stuff. Cormac rips off his shirt with his teeth, thinking he looks cool. He wraps
just
up-
chips a
yeah.
tooth in the process.
That's my last tooth.
Nice biceps.
Thanks.
Yilson is going to
Aomen
take.
used to say I have nice biceps, but then he started saying that she had nice biceps.
And arguably yours may be better. Who the world may never know, as she kind of holds behind.
Yeah, kind of nice.
I'll just go put myself in front of a path and wait for everybody else to pick a path.
Yeah.
Yilson is going to take one of the makeshift torches and leave somebody else to have the
I'll take a
real ones.
makeshift.
Okay.
Okay.
Cormac and Arwell have regular ones. You guys step into the paths. and move
I'll
forward.
look all around. Well, shout if you die. And walk through.
We meet on
Walk
the other
through.
side.
Godspeed, everyone.
Is there
Maybe
Godspeed, Spider-Man.
5 minutes of walking. They converge and you see each other exit roughly around the same time. Cormac a little bit later, back onto the road.
Anyone see anything interesting?
Nope.
They seem
course.
to go like a little bit higher and a little bit lower than they should be capable of doing, but
It's the thicket. Who knows?
I poke Gilson.
what?
I poke Gilson in the shoulder.
Yeah, what was that for?
Her shoulder.
Making sure.
Yeah, looking at everybody, they all seem to be the same people with the exact same markings and voices and.
Cormac, anything for you?
No, there's only that one flower.
Did you pick it?
No,
Why not?
Probably good. No, probably good.
you're not supposed to pick natural vegetation or stack stones in nature.
That's a very good point. And son of a
Head
bitch.
onward.
Ass.
Cans are illegal, even in this world.
He's so wise.
It's best to let flowers grow and live on their own to continue their beauty.
You continue walking for 5 more minutes, and then there are 2 paths.
I step into one, turn, and look at Cormac.
He steps into the other one, turns and looks at everybody else.
Yilson's gonna go to the one with Cormac, or towards it, and just
The one with Cormac
Yes.
cannot enter.
Oh. Can I go to the one with Grin then?
You step up next to them.
I wasn't able to go to the one with Cormac.
I'm gonna
Oh,
walk
well.
towards Cormac and try.
Can't enter.
Cormac, are
I
you
leave
able
the-
to come back?
I leave the path and try to go on Cormac.
Can't.
Cormac, you want to see if you can come with us? Because everybody else can go down this one.
He walks out, walks into the other one.
Yeah. I walk in.
You go in.
Yeah.
You go in.
Yeah,
You
I
can't go in.
I was gonna say I stayed in that one, but
You all exit back out.
Yeah.
So, and we'll say that's the right path. That
right. Okay. Yeah.
Cormac's,
3 and 1.
Cormac steps back into the one. He's like, "You guys can't follow. I thought it would be a 2 and 2. I thought it was so
I
close
did
to
too.
counting. See,
You know,
we have to keep
one,
moving.
that's correct.
Come on,
I
let's go."
Go with them. I'll be fine.
You're going alone.
I'll be fine.
Are you sure?
No, I got it. I'll be fine. He starts to walk.
Now it's not the
Cormac.
time.
Don't go alone. You
It'll
have
just
nothing.
be a short little walk, I'm sure.
It's possible that might be true, but we don't want to risk it. You only have the mace and the torch.
That's more than you have. You have a fake torch.
You have letters to read. Please go with somebody.
Someone give me a will save.
Yeah. I guess.
Success.
Hmm.
My threshold is 12. I rolled a
I
6.
need to be able to do things by myself. Myself. I have trouble with that word. But he walks back out.
And that's fine, just in a different circumstance. That's all we ask.
You went on the last one by yourself.
Yeah.
You did.
Maybe it's my turn now. And I walk in.
No!
You're
Yeah, so you walk into that path,
Mhm.
and then I assume we take the other path.
Down the other.
You all walk.
Yep.
5 more minutes. This time, it is going up an incline, and it does not dip back down again. You come out back onto the road. It converges into a single tunnel. The vegetation at this point, it's still thick enough to create this shape, but it's starting to break up. Almost, you can feel the night outside of it. But you cannot see the end yet,
Hmm.
although it does seem to continue upwards.
Right. But we did meet back together.
You did
okay.
meet again. It does seem to continue forward.
I'll take a moment to just look around.
The walls and everything again sort of less thick, but
Yeah.
still unnaturally shaped. So you can almost see out of it, and if you took time to like push through, you could sort of see that this density continues out. Maybe it breaks up into trees and stuff again, but it's hard to tell. It would take a lot to break out of it that way, although you seemingly could.
Yeah. All right. Head back. Or
Okay.
head on.
Continue on.
Continue forward.
Continue forward.
The incline steepens. The tunnel breaks up and becomes a forest again on either side of you, opening up to the night sky. At which point, you see it for the first time this night.
Oh.
The moon.
Gonna judge the time of night.
Full moon. Almost at its apex. Less than an hour, probably less than half an hour.
Let's walk faster.
The incline levels out. You can see the road has almost straight for a stretch, and you can see like maybe it starts to go up again, and you swear you can see treetops in the distance in this sort of bright, starry night sky that could mark the end of the thicket. The gnarled branches clatter together above your heads. You move forward through the straight stretch, and then it starts to weave like almost right angles back and forth, as though it's trying to keep you here as long as it can.
What are you saying, Brandon?
As we feel we're getting closer, some of us are probably getting excited, but I believe that Grimwit would have his wits about him and keep his eyes on the distance and the surroundings. Movement, odd sounds.
As you're serpentining through this stretch of the road, hopefully at the end of the thicket, don't leave me. Don't leave me. I'm here. Just at the edge of your vision. I made it. I made it. I made it.
Is that
I
Cormac's
look over
voice?
at Cormac. What was that?
Bridget.
Oh.
All of you
Bridget.
here, just at the edge of your vision, hearing, tickling your ears, just at the edge of your hearing, off to the right in the forest of the path. If you turn to look, you see there is a whitish light sort of glow from over that direction. Is that Bridget? Is that Bridget?
No.
We can't
I
leave
grab
someone else behind.
I grab him.
No, we have to help her. The
Would
voice
it-
calls out again.
Don't make me put you in manticles. Please don't.
I'm so close. I'm so
It's
close to
not her.
Would
Could be her.
Yilson
Could
have
be.
any indication that? I mean, it seems obvious, but I have to ask. Would Yilson have any idea that it is magical in nature?
Not without getting closer to and
Okay.
confirming.
It might be. And if it is, then she can make it out on her own, just as we will.
I'm trapped.
You don't hear that.
Well, I was gonna say, you motherfucker! No! Damn it!
She can make
So
it out.
close. I'm hurt. Anyone? Please. Help me. We have to help. We have to help. Come on.
Given the
my voice,
time
I know.
with Bridget, if she was injured and crawling to us, is this in line with her mannerisms?
The last time you saw her was before was during the
Shadow
shadow
Yeah.
creature attack.
Mhm.
You've seen her in these 3 months scared. You've seen her in combat. You've seen her in many situations. It sounds like her, but this is the thicket.
There's no way.
You were directly tricked by a creature who made no pretense otherwise.
Yeah.
This is her voice. The only way now, it is a distance away, so you think that you could get closer to see before getting up upon her, based on the density of the forest around you.
Have our
Is that
makeshift
a good enough
torches
answer
given
for
out.
you?
Have our makeshift torches given out.
Yes.
Okay. So we only have the 2 left.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm being very nice about those torches.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
I don't know how they. I don't know how they work in Cairn, but it's a one shot. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You've still lost. You only have 2.
I understand
It's the thicket.
exactly.
It's Bridget.
It's fake.
It might be just the
It's
thicket.
her.
How do we know?
Recognize it. We'll go check, and if anything looks weird, we'll turn back. But we have to check.
And if it
Otherwise,
kills us
we're
before-
just monsters too.
And if it kills us before we come back, then no one will know of Awen or Bridget.
No one knows them anyways.
No one will be able to tell their story. Continue on. Those letters that were given to you, I saw that.
Give me a torch.
I'm gonna go look. I promise I won't go if it looks weird.
Give me a torch. You two head on.
I don't have a torch, so I can't give one.
And I'll give 9 gold to Arwell. If you see a man named Crumwaller, this is what I owe him.
Just gonna smack the torch into his hand. I'm not gonna let it go right away. Please be safe.
Stack the deck.
Now, just so you know, how many coins did he give you just now?
9.
7.
How many?
Uh,
You can do it. I believe in you.
9?
Right. Yes.
Ah.
Good job.
Okay, so
I'll go with
only Greenwood is going.
No, Cormac seemed like he's going hard charge, so I will make sure he stays safe.
Promise I won't go further if it looks funny, but I have to look. Otherwise, I'll never know.
Right. I hope your legs can carry you swiftly if it is bad for us.
They're gonna die.
What are the other 2 going? Are you guys going too?
No.
go to the
Slowly,
town.
slowly gonna at
Yeah.
3/4 pace.
Yeah.
Go
Look
towards
back.
down.
I like
If
definitely
they're
all
not
of them
moving
looking
at full
back and-
speed,
Yes.
I will let them know. Faster.
As you wish.
Okay.
Cormac, if you get me killed, I'm going to haunt you.
Okay.
Agreeable.
I knew a ghost at the orphanage.
I got really
You ever heard the
friendly
tale
with the
of Shaken
ghosts
Billy?
at the orphanage.
You're
I said
fine.
it right.
You did. So proud.
You hear in the distance. Good job, Cormac.
You guys continue heading up the path. Yulson and
We're rooting for you.
Arwell continue up the path. Continues an incline, and then there's this sort of snap in the air. Not a sound, just a feeling as it sort of levels out. Just this sort of like
Kind
exhale,
of like your
this
ears
release.
popping after.
This sort of like, and you maybe didn't realize how tense the air was in there. Through magic, through whatever. You stare at the moon. slowly beginning to fall into place. Inside the forest, Grinwit and Cormac walking carefully towards this sort of glowing
Single
white light.
Yeah.
You sort of come across this clearing, and you don't have to get super close to be able to like sort of navigate around trees to see in. And the white light is coming from this sort of like bright little fire. It looks like a torch, but it's like burning weird stuff because the torch is almost burnt out. She's thrown things on top of it. And you see Bridget, leg in a looks like less than, like not super recent pool of blood, just sort of lean back up against a rock. Her clothes are torn, but you can see that she's breathing, and she like weakly picks up her head. Help! Anyone! 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 You do not see any other creatures or any other beings. However, this clearing is unnaturally circular.
I'll look to Cormac and just shake my head.
She's right there.
He takes a few steps, not like he's gonna run or anything, but just to like look around another tree.
She's right there. Who will we be if we leave her?
Make a will save.
Come on. No.
My will is 12. I rolled a 13.
Ugh.
Fuck. Damn.
Is being alive worth it?
And he makes his way towards the clearing.
I make my way towards the exit.
You turn your back. And you hear Cormac calling out to Bridget.
Hey, it's Bridget. It's me.
He's standing on the edge of the clearing.
It's me.
And Bridget's like, Cormac. Cormac? And then her head cracks against the stone, and she opens her eyes, and they're white, and her body is shaking. You don't see this.
No.
We see you coming towards the camera, back towards the road, and in the distance we see her body convulsing. She stops. She blinks. Her eyes come back. Cormac is, I'm gonna pull you out. Her eyes come back, and she says, don't. And that is the last thing you hear.
Holy fuck.
As you make your way back to the road, and you look up towards the moon, which you all three can see.
I would
It's
think
midnight.
after about 10 feet, he would just full commit and sprint.
You're sprinting. You break from the tree line. Looking up, you all see the moon reach the dead center of the sky. It is no longer Hallows Eve, but it is the Hallow. The two of you look behind you towards the thicket, and you see Grinwit sprinting up the road. You see a glowing white light emerging behind him, and you see the trees right at the edge of the thicket begin to close. What do you all do?
I drop my pack so I can run faster.
You drop your pack. What is everyone else doing?
I don't have anything.
You
Do
are about 3 movements away.
I throw my rune to him.
You throw your what?
the
rune.
gem.
The gem.
Okay, and you're just sprinting, I assume. Dropping backpack and sprinting.
Yep.
I don't flip it though. I throw it as precisely as I possibly can.
No spiral.
No spiral.
So you're trying to throw it like sort of spin it facing down.
Yes.
So it's not
Beyblade,
Yeah.
Beyblade, let it
Yeah.
rip upside down.
and
Like skipping like a stone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yilson is going to run to the edge of the thicket and just start trying to chop and make sure, or try and
Try
make
and
sure
stop
that.
it, okay.
Yeah.
Throwing, chopping, running,
Full sprint.
full sprint.
Sheath sword, drop shield, drop pack, full sprint.
Make a dex save. As the trees become
Natural 2.
alive.
Ew.
Not
Natural
like the
2.
ones slowly growing over the entrance, but they kind of whiplash and become shadows that swipe at your legs. What was your save?
Natural 2.
Natural 2. Okay.
As opposed to a unnatural 2 where you actually do add modifiers.
What's your armor?
Oh.
It is now 1 because in lieu of being faster,
And
I
dropping
dropped
everything.
the shield.
Yeah. Hopefully being faster.
Hopefully.
Hopefully being fast.
3 points of damage as these shadows lash out at you.
I have a hit protect 5, so I'm down to 2 now.
Down to 2.
Yeah. Whoa.
The earth. Oh, sorry. Let me resolve what everybody else is doing. So, as you're chopping, you are making a difference. Perhaps it will give him another round.
Maybe.
Your efforts. So, if you were just tossing it, you could easily do that. You're trying to do it so specifically that I am going to ask a save.
That's fine. I figured that was
So I think a dex save.
Come on, buddy.
Throw it accurately and nimbly.
What do you have to get?
I have to get a 14 or lower.
Okay.
Okay.
Not bad, not bad.
That's not bad at all.
A 1.
Yeah!
Let's go!
Hey! Yes!
Ooh,
I don't have my-
Rolo
I
for
don't-
Cairn.
I'm just holding candles. I don't have a drink. Hold a garlic cup.
You spin this thing like kind of like chuck it sideways, exactly like you're kind of skipping a stone, and it
That's
sort of skims across the ground. And you have a torch, right?
I have a torch.
Yes.
But also I
the
have a
last
free
one
hand.
was left with Cormac. So you're just watching. You guys are basically in darkness, watching this like singular torch sprint towards you. And so you aim and you toss this. I will allow you to grab it for free
I will grab it.
as it comes down.
And I've seen how it works.
Yeah, you were in the room.
I was in the
Yeah,
room.
Yeah.
I will propel myself out of the forest.
You plant your feet, turn around, and place this towards whatever this white light is coming, and for just a second, you swear that you see a young figure kneeling next to a reclining figure on the ground. And then you are sucked, bursting past the branches, and they close, slamming shut right behind you. And you all breathing heavily, laying on the ground.
Yep.
Assuming you.
Oh yeah. Laying
just
on
fly yourself
laying on the
into the
ground,
Just-
him facing down, I'm starfished.
That would be even
So you
better.
blast past both of them, knocking them off onto the road.
Just fly past us and see you at the city!
The moon is overhead. The white light in the thicket, you can still see it, hazily breaking out of the branches. It almost breathes. And you can almost see this basin. Exhaling and inhaling in the night. Looking forward up the path. Can see in the distance lights. You continue down the path. There are strange calls from the forest, ones you have not heard in the entire 3 months of travel. Nary 3 minutes, a few turns of the road, running, I assume. You see the forest give way. The road gives way. And there is a comforting, cut wooden wall of a home.
Lights on inside? Through the windows you can...
There are torches throughout the town.
Okay.
Most of the town is hidden by the forest.
Got it.
But you can see that it opens up and there is habitation. There are lights. You get closer, you can hear voices, not close to where you're entering, but somewhere in the town.
Well, boys, we made it.
I'm gonna need that 10 gold back.
I'm sorry, wasn't it 9? I understand you're a thief, but I'm not.
I like my fingers attached, so if you would please butt out. These fingers can't work for you if you interfere.
9 gold, and I hand him one of mine.
6 gold. I give him back the gem.
Orwell's gonna hold his hand. Like, yeah, like I want my.
I want my gem.
I give him the gem. I take 9 gold.
You guys trade your stuff.
Yep.
Sure do.
Do you stay together as you enter?
Fuck these guys.
Kobe's guessing. He's like, yeah, I'm never doing this fucking again. God, these guys.
I imagine I would
Just
know
put me
where
through.
to find the
Never
Thieves
again.
Guild that I owe to for my...
We're not going to go that far.
Yeah.
How are you guys entering into the town?
He blasts off to the moon.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
It was nice knowing you all well.
Well, I hope to never see you again. And I'll find you when you're ready to hire me.
If needed.
Right. I'm going to go that way. Don't follow me. I go that way.
You all peel off in your separate directions. You hear mingling among the crowds, because it is the Howler. And it's not celebratory. These people are awake because they are afraid to sleep. They see you all joining one by one in different places. At an inn, in a tavern, in the town square. They look at each one of you, different groups of people. They see your clothes. They just you in. You hesitate before breaking off as they two of them walk away. You look back towards the road, and you see a glimmer, a glint of something reflecting right on the corner where the road and the forest and the town meet.
A better hand than me. And I'll head inside.
As we watch your back receding into the village, it pans around and slowly heads back towards the road, and then dips down to see right at the precipice of the road leading to the forest, through the forest to the thicket, 2 coins covered in blood. And that's where we'll end tonight.
Very good.
Oh,
Very good.
that was
Holy
great.
All right, how are we doing?
Evil motherfucker. No, that was
Well,
that was a lot of fun.
All of my luck for my rolls for the next year got used up. So
Man, I
Yeah,
rolled all
that-
these
that-
great stats and didn't
Jim-
even really have to use them.
Yeah, the stats really aren't like that important
No.
in Cairn. Like it says, that the rolls the rolls
This
are just
particular
kind of there
red 20
when
is coming with me.
No, those are my dice. You should have brought your own.
No, seriously, that was great.
That was incredible.
I'm curious as to see what things came from the survey.
Yes. So well, let me.
Yeah, let's hear it. I want to
Yeah.
go over this.
Let's
shit.
break things down. It is
Oh, no.
10:15, so everybody's aware we on time. We were like fucking nailing it. Like,
Nailing
it.
Let me have a nice. Is this
So
nice? I don't remember what all of Grimm's presets are, so maybe Caden.
Oh yeah, I love the wait. No, the guitar.
Oh my God, they all start playing at once. Jesus.
What's the? Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, this is my favorite
I
one.
like it.
Ugh.
We have let's do a daytime, just to refresh ourselves.
Oh, but the.
Let's do a daytime with the Caden thing. I don't think
there
that
we
one
go.
changes the lights. Yeah,
There we go.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for watching. Hi, Miss Mintwolf. Thanks for jumping in.
Yeah.
Thank you for sending me your
Hi.
submission again. I had trouble with Excel and couldn't have it up at the same time, so that was unfortunate. But we rolled your spooky surprise, so we're gonna go just do like a little brief talk back about experience. I think I want to talk a little bit about just the experience with Cairn.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I just had a great time.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go over the submissions that got improvised into this session.
Yeah.
So first off, Sid. We had 3 questions. We had the 3 prompts. The Dark Omen. This was sort of the beginning. Where are the adventurers? What is happening? What is at this moment? And we rolled D10 for the 10 submissions. For the Dark Omen, we got Sid's, and hers was that the players start upside down, attached to the ceiling.
Ooh. Very nice.
And I thought about sort of like, changing it into like, cotton spider webs or rabbit, but that's not the way she wrote it. And so I kept the spirit, or I tried to, Sid, if you see this and join. So
Thank you, Sid.
thank you,
you.
Sid, for
Yes.
submitting. And just so the spirits can know, everybody can join in chat for our regular streams to influence the game, typically through Big Daddy Grimm, Chandler, who's poking his head in and giving me some creepy wide eyes. Don't worry, I told him the time. They're chill to stay here. We're just doing a little talk back now.
No, he's just being creepy. Now.
He's scaring me.
Good talk. Call me tomorrow.
So that was it. The second one was a grim obstacle. This could be a person, a trap, a puzzle, just some sort of obstacle adversary. And then for that one, we rolled, and then I just have like my brief handwritten things. That was AJ. Thank you, AJ, whoever you are,
AJ.
for your submission. They wanted to do a just small skeleton puzzle where you had to arrange things to spell out something.
Nice.
Okay, so that's where that came in.
Very cool.
And then the final one was from Miss Mintwolf. That was the
Sacrifice.
prompt, a spooky surprise. This could be something that could be more, it could be very like big on the game, like a big change or like input into a scene, or it could have just been some like flavor to add in whenever it felt right. For her, she added in a serial killer Michael Myers style. That was your spooky surprise.
Thanks for all you do.
So
Thanks
that
for
was
all
clearly
you
the
do.
tall, slender man,
Yep.
masked figure that ended up killing Aomen because you chose to follow her.
Yep.
Damn.
I think
I
we would've
rolled a
ganked
die
either
on which
way.
one he hit, and how far you had to follow him and stuff.
I'm glad Cormac made it at least to near the end.
Near the end.
You
Who's to
couldn't
say?
tell a better story. Lost everybody in the most cinematic ways possible.
Yeah,
I think
honestly.
that might be my
Each
favorite.
obstacle, each individual obstacle got someone.
That might be my favorite thing. Is it felt so open, and all of those events, even though they were on the spot, felt natural in that story. It was really cool.
Thanks.
That was great. It
So
couldn't have been written.
we are a team of actors, improvisers, editors, dancers, grocery managers. Thank you so much, Kelby Guest, for being here.
Yeah.
Player Hater Gaming, also
go,
on
man.
Twitch, also on
Absolutely.
YouTube. Check them out.
Glad to be here.
But yes, tonight was with Cairn. It is a rules light system, so there is just enough structure to that is very purposeful in just keeping things moving. You know, one action, one move, no turn order unless it's a little bit iffy. Then you get our single roll, and if you pass, you pass, and then you get to go first, and it's that simple. Saves, your stats are important in two ways. Yes, the saves. That's actually, I think, less important because you don't really have to save that much. I think they're more important in terms of like what your character can do, losing strength, making your rolls harder by taking damage.
Yeah.
There are like spells and depending on how you build creatures and traps and stuff, things that can take your dex and take your will, which will then make your saves harder. And then they start to really matter those few times you make them. So it's a fun, fast system.
Yeah.
How did you guys feel like playing it? What
That-
parts did you like or like not
Good.
like?
I like
Great.
it.
Yeah.
I like that it is roleplay heavy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miss Mitwood.
Yeah. It felt very like we could do whatever we like, at least attempt whatever we humanly thought we could do.
Yeah, that's what it says. It's like stay realistic in terms of like what you can do. Yeah, yes, it is fantasy. Yes, it is magic. Yes, you are hardened adventurers who can do shit. That's why it's like you threw a cudgel. I let you throw that cudgel because I think that's something you can do because you know how to do it. Now I let the roll happen. Did it affect the creature in the turmoil? If it was quiet, I might have just like let it happen and let it affect them and like lose their turn and distraction or something. But at least that's kind of how I read the rules and like our sort of like conversation as warden and players goes. And that's why sometimes I was like, are you trying to do this or this? Because like I think being specific about it, because then I can really use that, and then it also helps you guys define what you're trying to do.
I kind of like how the world, which it can be forgiving or unforgiving, but like the natural degradation of the characters. Like if you get hit, and you stay hit until you can do something about it, or not. Like your strength going whittling down and down, and you're not able to make as many saving throws. You're not able to do that thing that's going to get you out of danger.
I am super lucky I have that shield.
Yeah.
Because if not, my hit protection would have been low enough to drop me at that tree lash.
Would it have dropped
Would it
you
break
to
to
zero?
zero?
Exactly 0.
Yeah.
So that would have just been a scar
let's do a
at
test.
least.
So let's do a test. What would have happened? Let's do a
Oh,
what
okay.
if.
Yeah.
because-
if we ever do it again, I do want to see what spell stuff.
Yeah.
Like spell
Oh my
books
God,
and
yeah.
things. That looked really interesting.
I debated just like pre-game, just saying one of you will get a spell book, just so that they do, so that there is in game because the magic system is so cool. But I decided to keep it just like what you guys roll is what you guys get, and then what you re-rolled is also what you got. Like it was your first character.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you drop to exactly 0, you get a scar. If you drop past, then you don't get a scar. It just starts eating into your
Oh, okay.
And
your
that
strength.
scar-
Very, so you only get scars on that very specific circumstance of dropping
Exactly to zero. If
And
it
that
goes
doesn't
past, you
mean-
get
and that's not
negative
unconscious or
strength.
anything. It just means like
Yeah.
Oh,
now
okay,
it's just going to
gotcha,
start
gotcha,
taking your
gotcha.
strength. You cannot like.
And that scar could have been the end of him, just like it was with the first initial character.
So let's do a D12 because there's some of these that could have really changed that last turn, like what you could have done. So, oh shit, yeah, like I rolled an 11. If that had taken you to 0, mortal wound.
Oh.
You are deprived, which is one of the different effects in here.
Yeah.
You
It's
are
the only thing on the
deprived
character sheet.
and out of action. You die in 1 hour unless healed.
Oof.
So
Damn.
you wouldn't have had any other actions to finish that turn. Now, the timing, you still had one more turn because he got you out with that awesome throw, like a little bit ahead of like the like mechanical finish.
Closing. Yeah.
But what would have happened in that turn if they could just hit you unhindered?
Yeah.
Because basically that dex save I made you do, yes, was an escape. It was making sure you didn't get grabbed, and then it was also dictating how large of a damage die I rolled. And since you passed, I rolled the smaller one. So at least there's some breaking down some of the mechanics that I make up behind the scenes. So yeah, that was fun.
No,
Yeah, it was.
I
It was fun.
really,
It was a
really
really
liked
good time.
that. Kudos to you, man, for GMing this because
together,
I don't think I do as well on rules light systems. I do much better with rules heavy system, or not,
Well-
maybe not rules heavy, but like heavier
Yeah,
than this.
it's very interesting. As a player, I love the rules you watch the rest of Grim's Dungeon. I do like rules. Like,
Yeah.
I love Pathfinder too, where you're like, I'm just in there, and it's just
Grid
a happy
squares.
place to, like,
Grid squares.
no facing.
Grid squares.
No facing in Pathfinder.
Unless it's an optional rule.
And even Fallout, which is like medium rules.
Yeah,
it is
for
not
sure.
rules light, for sure.
It's all in the weapons.
Yeah, we have a Fallout RPG campaign, and as well a Pathfinder 2e. And then we have every now and then Grimm's Gauntlet, virtual game that Brandon and I run. Brandon will run it one day.
The next one.
The next one.
Is it
Which
the next one or is it the one after?
No, it's the next one.
Oh no.
What?
You're gonna have to be the rules guy for that one because I'm not gonna be there.
No, I know, I will.
Um,
And my
yeah,
computer.
but as a GM, I think I kind of thrive when
Yeah.
there's fewer rules.
I'm gonna
For
back him
sure.
up. The suspense that you created with your characters and your description of the scenes, I was like,
Thank you.
wow. I
Yeah,
felt like I was
yeah,
watching TV.
and I've
I was
done
like,
this once before, so I was able to time dealing with this a little
Yeah.
bit better than I
Yeah.
have in the past. Because other times I'm like, and then,
Hold up, wait a minute.
and then,
Beat, boop, beat.
and
Anytime you were trying, I was trying to vamp a little bit.
the only thing I was disappointed is I didn't have a bucket of popcorn here. Just trying to. Like,
well, thank you guys so much for watching.
Yeah.
2 more weeks from now,
Yes.
we'll have our next stream. It'll be Grimm's Gauntlet. What are we calling Grimm's Gauntlet level 3 is what you're running. It will be virtual. We will hopefully have an overlay, so it looks better than the ones that I run.
Hope you like.
But hey, the ones after that, you'll also have an overlay.
Yes,
so.
we'll have an overlay.
And who's the artist that did that? for change?
Savannah or Art Mare Fuel on Instagram. Go check her out. She's also made all the overlays for the stream.
Yes, she's amazing.
I love her and love her work. You should check out some of her dark, creaky, like black and white stuff is the best stuff. So come back in 2 weeks. Check out our YouTube for shorts that Morgan editors and our long videos if you want to see like what we do regularly. This is our Cairn one-shot. Rules light. You can get this whole thing for free online, and it's super easy to run and prep. And if you are interested, keep an eye out. We will have more polls in the future because people who watched Grimm's Dungeon actually submitted stuff that was in this one shot, and we have to improvise with it on the fly, which is super fun and a nice challenge for us and a great way to engage in the community asynchronously. But in our regular ones, you can comment on Twitch or YouTube, dual stream, multi-stream,
Hey.
and affect the game if you give good suggestions. If we're live and they're bad suggestions, we will ignore them.
Just don't be offended. I mean,
Yeah, or do, we don't care. All
Yeah.
interactions get interaction, I guess.
fuel that fire.
Have a happy Halloween. Have a great spooky October season.
yo.
And as always, in not my words, but Big Daddy Grimm's, keep it creepy. Have a good night, everybody.
Night, everyone. Ugh.
How do I stop this? Do I just
Get us out of here!
Yeah, hit instant.